Mike Bonilla said, "Hello."
Hey Mike, welcome aboard. Just getting my advertising started.
History Guy 45
History Guy,
said,
welcome aboard.
WSGRP. Nate Usamperser said, "Hello there."
Nate, welcome.
Mike Bonilla said, History Guy 45 said, "Haven't watched for a while, lol."
Well, I just had a week off while I was moving house, so... But everybody, welcome aboard. Hope everybody is having an excellent 4th of July, even if you're not here in America.
Mike Bonilla said, "It's too bad 00 Core isn't here." Nate Usamperser said, "Mike got here first before me."
Zero might be along shortly. I don't know what his plans for the day are, but... It's kind of laid back day. Nothing really exciting is going to happen until...
PTN Smalls said, "Howlo, came here from HK Rendition."
Hey, PTN Smalls, welcome aboard. HK is a good friend of the channel.
PTN Smalls said, "Hello, came here from HK Rendition." Nate Usamperser said, "Hey, there's another settlement that needs your help. I'll put it on your map."
Nate, I still don't need them added to my map, you know. I think I've got enough settlements that need my attention.
PTN Smalls said, "It's pronounced Peyton Samuels."
Peyton, got it. The voice just doesn't get all the names right. I think she spends a little too much time at the bar. Few too many cocktails in the middle of the day. All right, my advertising's done.
History Guy 45 said, "She been tweaking recently."
She has been. She can't get words right. She's
Nate Usamperser said, "Me and my friends are playing Lethal Company modded with 5,000 mods. It's already crazy."
Oh, 5,000 mods? That's crazy. How do you handle that many mods in your system? I mean, I've got a okay system, but even with less than 500 mods, my system is begging me for mercy. Now that's a very patriotic looking shot for the opening, huh?
The Bud Files said, "Hello peoples.
Bud Files,
Nate
welcome
Usamperser
aboard.
said,
Happy 4th of July.
Well, if you have a beast of a computer, what I have you're thinking, deal with it." History Guy 45 said, "You might need to put down your computer if it has been running that many mods." Mike Bonilla said, "How do you think of your new house or apartment?"
I like the place. It's got more square footage, so we're a little bit less cramped. But more importantly, there's amenities that you just didn't have in the old apartment. Like we have our own garage now, so all the things we had to find storage for in our apartment, we now can just store in the garage, which frees up space in the living space for us to, to breathe around. When we want to put something away, like the Christmas tree, it doesn't have to go into our closet or into a corner in a
Mike
room.
Bonilla said, "Nice."
And that's for me, that's a big deal. All right.
Nate Usamperser said, "So this probably pretty of room for your kids to run around, or grandkids."
Yeah, there's a lot of room for the grandkids to run around. There's real grass outside. At the old place, we had a deck with activity areas, but it was all concrete. Here we have real grass. We have trees for shade. There's a pool and a playground area. The dogs love it. The dogs just absolutely go nuts every time they go outside. They just love exploring in the yards. Location of the ECS constant. That's right. We finished.
Nate Usamperser
We finished the
said,
last
"At
stream.
first I thought you were playing Star Wars, but it's just Starfield with mods."
It is Starfield with mods, but it's Star Wars Genesis. It's a complete conversion mod. So some of the story...
Mike Bonilla said, "Me too, I had an apartment and I moved to a house and now I have a garage and more space."
Some of the story is still
Aim point reached. Orbit stable.
Starfield, but a lot of the story is unique to or is supposed to be unique to this mod.
Don't you just love grand jokes?
Nate Usamperser said, "I want her does the male alien falcon that you have the same rooms as the actual thing in movies. I most likely mispronouncing the name with a ship."
It does not, because the base game just does not have the ability to build like that. Let me show you. So the cockpit is close to what the Millennium Falcon's like, but it still uses a Starfield cockpit. and the interior rooms are just a little bit different. Oh, she changed her uniform. I gave her a pirate uniform.
Nate Usampurser said, always so cool if it was accurate to the actual thing in the movies.
You're looking as glorious as ever, Captain.
It would be really cool, but I understand why they couldn't make those changes. I'm surprised as heck they could make enough changes to get the outside looking like the Falcon.
History Guy 45 said, still cool though.
Very cool. And the base weapons have all been changed. Okay, so now that's who I thought the constant
was. You're lucky we're under
was.
orders not to escort you right off this ship. There's so much more to learn about now.
Yeah, your security team doesn't frighten me.
Never seen a ship like yours before. Then again, I haven't seen any ships before you arrived.
There is people on board this ship who I can talk to that can end up giving me a side mission.
We were so close to finding our new home. Hopefully it won't be too much longer.
Boy, am I glad you weren't some sort of alien or something.
She says to the alien with two tentacles on her head.
He's been talking about needing some.
Speak with Abe.
The new grav drive is taking some time to get used to, but nothing I can't handle.
Nate Usampurser said, oh, do you know the Millennium Falcon was plans for the ship to be sideways like a fish, but that was quickly scrapped.
Yeah, there was a lot of different plans for the Falcon that it was originally supposed to be long and cylindrical, and then the ship that Leia is in at the beginning of the Star Wars movie was going to be the Falcon, and then they decided on the Falcon as
We were never trained to address threats coming from outside our ship.
as it became, literally came from George Lucas having lunch with one of his design guys, taking a bite out of a hamburger and leaving it unattended on his plate
Now that we know that
while they were
people out
talking.
there,
Okay, that doesn't lead me where I'm going, so I guess the elevator must be it. But I don't think so. I think the elevator button would be telling me I need to push it if that was the
History
case.
Guy 45 said, it would be cool if there is a mod that adds the Cantina band.
There is, and it annoys me because the
I wonder what it's like.
the music is turned off because it's copyrighted, but the Cantina band still plays their music, and every time I get anywhere near them, they're playing music, and I have to deal with the YouTube copyright
We've got
issues.
strict rules around here.
History Guy 45 said, shocked.
It definitely takes a special type of person to live their entire life, birth to
Yeah.
death, aboard a single ship traveling
Oh,
through space.
hi! Hello! You're the alien. Sorry, old habit. Let me start over. You're the person who helped us with our little dilemma, aren't you? It's fine! I'm just a bundle of nerves still. Things haven't changed too much.
You look
since
like
I
you're trying to
decided
smoke
look
a
for new
cigarette that
time
you
to
don't
call
have.
home. People still come to me with their problems and concerns. Abe, when are we gonna get there? Abe, can we find a planet with animals? Abe, I'm sick of this ship and want to be anywhere but here, and so on and so forth. It's fine, it's my job, but it's stressful, and I'm already a pretty anxious guy to begin with. Just ask my husband.
I'd rather not.
Sorry, yeah. Deep breath, here we go.
I don't want to know anything about you, Abe.
Abe Levitz, cabin manager on board the ship, so I'm happy to help you with anything you need during your stay with us. I'm
Nate
happy to
Samperser
schmooze with you
said,
anytime.
I'm happy how they went with it like it is now. Millennium Falcon is cool like it is.
It's got to be one of the coolest spaceship designs
Nate
ever.
Samperser said, the name of the ship is very hard to say properly.
You heard? I was just kvetching to myself. Mostly I just need to find someone with a ship, but hey, you're someone with a ship, aren't you? I'll save you the spiel, but ever since we found out that people exist out there, the crew's been asking me if we could track down possible relatives. I made the mistake of looking some up, and now they want to connect with them. Now, I'm not gonna ask you to schlep anyone back and forth, but could you deliver these messages for us to connect our crew with their relatives?
Have you heard about email?
Of course, yes, of course. As you know, we don't have much, but I'll find something for you. Let me get you the letter and the information you'll need to track down the relative.
Oh, good lord. I just became a postman. And I gotta look for somebody named Brock. Who are
I'm
you?
worried about Janet. I wonder if someone from the outside can help her.
Speak with Janet. I think Janet was somebody I wanted to talk to anyway. I think Janet's the one who wants to get off the ship.
History Guy 45 said, Millennium Falcon family reunion. Nate Samperser
Hey.
said, it's
Just because
surprising
our
it's a
equipment's
futuristic
old,
future,
doesn't
but
mean
they
it
have
won't
no
work
way
to
to
take
send
down
emails.
That went the wrong way.
You're lucky we're under orders not to escort you right off this ship.
You're lucky I don't take your idle threats as an assault. Yeah, thanks for opening the third door for me, but it was as worthless as the ones I was opening.
I've seen a ship like yours before.
Yeah, you haven't seen any ships. I heard that
It
already.
definitely takes a special type of person to live their entire life, birth to death, aboard a single ship traveling through space.
Don't I know it? Come on, stairs. Any stairs. The hell with it.
Oh, I've heard about you. The visitor who helped us get into the situation we're now in, roaming the galaxy with no end in sight. Sorry, I don't mean to be ungrateful or rude. I'm just frustrated.
You believe we're still out here, roaming around looking for some new home we may never find?
Is it that obvious? Breckenridge is intent on finding a home just as perfect as Paradiso, and it's clear that's never going to happen. I'd love to leave. But outside of you and the occasional passing trade ships we make contact with, there aren't any ways off this ship. And besides, Breckenridge forbids it. I've tried. She insists we stay together for the sake of the community. I'm stuck here. It's a long shot. You've dealt with her. You know she can be stubborn. But then again, you did make her see reason before and set us on this path. Maybe you can do it again and fix this mess.
Hey, I'll talk to her.
I know it may not sound like it, but I'd actually be really grateful to you if you succeed.
The captain just needs an outside perspective. I'm confident we can get her to see reason here and convince her to let you leave.
Sarah, did you have to talk to me through the tree?
Hydroponics, of course. This must be how the colony ship was fed over all these years in space.
Yeah, I would have figured that they didn't use hydroponics. I would have figured that
I wonder what else is out there.
that they did something simple like froze everybody.
Wow, I've heard about you. Oh, here you are.
All right, where's the stairs up? No, I don't need the stairs up. There's an elevator. I know the elevator goes up. I accidentally used it. There it is. Come on, Sarah. Yeah, just stand in the door. That'll be safe and effective, I'm sure. Yeah.
We've roamed the stars for almost 200 years. What's a little longer? My crew may not realize it now, but we will be much happier with a home of our own. I'm well aware of Janet's desire to leave. I'll tell you the same thing I told her. For the sake of our mission and community, we need to stay together. Each member of our community is valuable, especially Janet. If she left, we'd be at least a couple of weeks behind in food production while we trained someone to fill her role. But I suppose if you brought us more food staples to tide us over while that happens, we could do it. Say, a large quantity of potatoes? I'll be the judge of that.
I know I don't have 50 potatoes in my pocket.
I suppose not. It would be bad for all of us if she slipped into depression. I know, which is why I'm taking into account the future of our entire crew, and not just one individual. It would free up a crew slot on the ship. Perhaps we could take someone on from the outside. Someone who could teach us about current society. Well, you've got away with words, I'll give you that. Once again, you've convinced me to do the right thing. And while I'm not happy about letting one of our own go, I think you're right. It's for the best. Let her know she's free to leave on the next ship willing to take her. I just hope this doesn't prompt others to want to leave as well.
You've made a wise choice, Captain.
Yeah, it probably is going to make others want to leave.
Stay out of trouble.
And personally, I think you should encourage people to want to leave.
Now that we know there are other people out there,
You need to be more prepared for trouble is your answer? I don't think that's true.
Good luck, I guess. But I'm not holding my breath. Wait, for real? How? I thought I was going to have to escape on my own somehow, but she's given me her
History
blessing.
Guy
That's even
45
better.
said, "What you think of RDR 2?"
I actually enjoy Red Dead 2. I had a rare bug that I couldn't get fixed. I had a long interaction with the devs trying to fix it, but my save file got corrupted, so I have to restart it, and I'm thinking about restarting it this fall. But yeah, I enjoyed RDR2. It's a nice. I play it more like a survival game than following the story as much, because I kind of know what the story is, and unfortunately, it ends a little bit sadder than.
If I'm being honest, I should've known you can do
I'd
it.
prefer. So.
After all, you're the reason we're still out here. I heard about what you did for us, getting that grab drive or whatever. I was kind of hoping you'd overhear me and offer to help earlier.
So I spend all my
I
time
probably should've
hunting
just
and
asked you, but
fishing and
I guess I'm
exploring.
not good at asking for help. Anyway, thanks for helping me. I know you didn't need to.
History Guy 45 said, "There's a new online update that came out.
No idea. One of the techs who helped retrofit the grab drive onto the Constant mentioned a place called New Atlantis. Maybe I'll check it out. It sounded interesting. Anyway, seems like a good place to start, especially if I want to find a job that isn't farming. Thanks again. I'm going to need it. It's a whole new world out there. I hope we meet again someday.
Sure is nice to know there are other people out there.
These are exciting times, aren't they?
Now that we know what's out there, things are going to be more interesting from here on out.
I did not know there was a new update. I wonder if that would fix my save file problem.
Well, there wasn't enough room on board when I
I should contact the dev who gave me his email and see if he's got any idea about that. Although in reality, I doubt that anything that they did since trying to help me was going to fix anything that we've already done. But it's worth looking at, right?
What happens if we push it to its limits?
we were never trained to address threats coming from outside our ship.
We are undocked.
Undocking complete, Captain.
Did they just jump away from us?
History Guy 45 said, I decided to restart a few days ago and it didn't want to auto-save.
Yep, mine wasn't the autosave, it was my, the specifics were that all of my character data was gone, but my camp location was at the location where I had gotten to in game. So it was like I had a brand new character just off the trail, just out of the mountain pass, but I was all the way in chapter 2 for camp location. And needless to say, that was not a good situation. I had no gear, no horse, nothing.
Switching over to standard engine.
Maintain your current course whilst we scan your ship's cargo. Scan complete. Welcome to Ilum. You're clear to land at the new Homestead mining facility.
Okay, so this is an Imperial facility, so the first thing I want to do, being I've not been here before, is find the ship technician.
Enjoy our visit here.
Off-worlders always ask how I can live here. I wonder how they can live anywhere else.
You should inspect your ship. Got anything you need to offload? Trade Federation's always buying. Kiosk, right? I'm sure you can find something you like.
Always look at the ship technician, because the first ship technician I ever talked to is where I found my TIE fighter. But he doesn't have anything. Here's my ships. I have the Millennium Falcon, of course. The Frontier, which I don't think I've flown this anywhere. The Razor Leaf, which I've heavily modified. I added a lot of cargo space and several crew compartments and workstations. I got the TIE Advance, and I believe I got that at the Imperial Center. It does not have a whole lot of space. You and your companion are the only ones inside it. The prison shuttle. And of course, the Star Eagle, which I also have not flown. But if I find another ship I want, the Star Eagle is probably the one I'm going to sell. Or the prison shuttle. I'll probably sell the prison shuttle first, because it's got the least value to me. Especially being it's got no shields,
History
no
Guy
weapons.
45 said, RDR2 is a beautiful game but can get annoying at times. I had a friend over and we decided to play, and a random NPC the game glitched and basically turned his revolver into a minigun.
That would be annoying. Hilarious, but annoying. Alright, I have to go inside to get to that person.
Interesting. The last thing I expected to stumble across at this type of settlement is a museum. Might be worth a look around.
History Guy 45 said, if only I clipped it.
That would be great. Seeing somebody pull out a Colt Navy and just ba 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 ba.
I'm learning so much here. Everyone should visit at least once in their life.
Welcome to Imperial Mining Facility, BY-460.
BY-460. It's in this one that I'm going to. Okay. Come on in, Sarah. She actually made it into the elevator. Now she's going to block the button. There we go. Hold on, everybody. Got a call. Alright guys, I'm going to take a very quick break. My wife needs me to come upstairs and check on something for her. So I'm going to encourage everybody to grab a drink, take a bathroom break, grab a snack. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. I'm back, guys. Sorry for the delay. The missus still recovering from her back surgery and just needed a little bit of extra care. She seems to have strained her foot while getting her exercises done. We're delivering.
I want to run around.
All these tourists are able to come and go as they please. I wish I had that kind of money.
History Guy 45 said,
Hi there.
"You're good, bro."
What can I do for you? Huh. A long-lost relative, you say? Forgive me if I don't believe you. Really? I'm at least intrigued. I try to be. Well, I hope I don't regret this. Let's see what the slate says. Oh, they're probably gonna want money or something else from me. Thanks, I guess. That you did. I'm still trying to think it over. I definitely wasn't expecting this today. Wish me luck, I guess.
Return to Abe. I don't want to return to Abe. He's probably going to give me more mail. What, do I look like the Pony Express? What other missions might I have? I'm wondering why else I might have that, other than to get more. All right, let's go see Abe. Gee, everyone here looks so incongruent. This guy looks like he's dressed for midwinter.
Feel free to look around, but don't touch.
Alright, this girl looks like she's dressed for midwinter. And these two are wearing tank tops. Somebody just broke orbit.
If you'll pardon me, I'm not in the mood to talk.
Running this far with my family.
I always like when ships break orbit so I can see what kind of ship they are. Ooh, low gravity. Nothing special.
vandalism seriously here. You do not mess with it.
They take vandalism seriously here.
Liftoff looks good. All systems
I, on the other hand, think vandalism is quite humorous.
Apogee kick complete. Orbit steady.
Nothing but Imperial ships up here.
Well, you didn't put us into a planet, so we must be in the right place. And we're locked in.
History Guy 45 said, "Would be cool if you could use speeders and walkers."
I have a speeder.
The Constant is a peaceful ship.
The walkers you can't use.
Careful waving that fancy gun around. We don't need to see what it can do.
I know they're really going to appreciate what we're doing. Oh, do tell. Sadly, there's nothing we can do. Some people just aren't ready for a relationship with someone they didn't even know existed. It's a lot to throw on someone out of the blue. Maybe they'll come around. Maybe not. I prepared everyone who asks me to find their relatives that this could be a possibility. That's a shame. I was really hoping it would work out, but things don't always work out the way we want. It's appreciated, regardless of the outcome. There are plenty more where that came from if you ever want to go again.
Oh, thank God he didn't just give me one. I really feel like if I go do these, I'm going to be tempting the Starborn / Yuuzhan Vong. To attack me.
We've got strict rules around here, but they're strict for a reason.
Odd Noble said. Howdy y'all.
Howdy, Yod. Welcome aboard. Happy 4th of July, brother.
We've detached. Let's get out of here.
Takodana. I'm going to Takodana. I think.
Must have been a good jump. We're still in one piece.
That's how you rate my flying?
Good to go for that.
Yeah, when I go to the ship service technician, there are places I can go and switch my ground speeder. This is the one that I currently use. But you can switch between different types.
Truff flat.
True,
said,
brother.
RP brother.
Welcome aboard. I want to know what that beam of light is going up into the sky over there. What?
Truff flat. Said. Why no cam today?
I can barely understand a word she said. I've got 2 of 2 out of the resources. So what is this? Kyber crystals. Consume. What? I just gained frostbite.
Truff flat. Said. Camera off for a reason.
This game uses up so much system resources, the camera just makes it worse.
Odd Noble. Said. RP said he's naked, so he decided not to use the cam.
You're on to me, Odd.
ultra flat, said. LOL odd.
Yeah, I think that would... Okay, heal gel does frostbite too. Okay, let's use one of those. And now I'm just affected by the cold. We've got to go a couple of 100 meters that way. Let's take the car.
Fancy a drive?
Get off the rock. Switch this to first person view so I can actually see what I'm about to do. Negative, I didn't bring a cutter with me. We have to go back to the ship. Because I have to have the cutter to cut the piece out of here. Where's the ship? That's unknown. There it is.
Be Jemison, but this ship is starting to feel like home.
That's the armory. I don't need that. I need that. H. There it is. And it's quicker to get out by sitting down and using the exit command. Yes, I want fast travel to the distant location. This is some of Odd's famous marshmallow rocks in here. Yeah, I knew he would be here.
I pledged myself to the darkness. I've found true life in the death of the light. I know the true power of the dark side. I am Sith.
Off right away, or do you need a little bit of time?
No, I'm gonna put some stuff in the cargo bin because I don't want to carry it. This stuff's heavy. Antique hut ball. Some piggy banks. Some terrace balls. An antique terrace hockey stick. I think I can put what did that say? Quest items cannot be removed from your inventory. Well, how the hell else am I supposed to put it away? The rest of those are in my ship. Somewhere.
Time to leave this place behind.
That was cool though, finding the
Aim point reached. Orbit stable. Grav jump complete.
Explosion, high energy research lab. Massive damage. Overrun. Requesting emergency evac. Please.
I think I know what this mission is. Driving a vehicle through crowded cities is frowned upon by
Landing
authorities.
site locked.
And Sarah.
I never tire of visiting worlds like this.
She never tires of visiting worlds like this. Keep trying it. You done? Oh, don't worry, Sarah. You're fine. Try to breathe less of the toxic gas. You'll be much better off if you breathe less of that. 7 out of 8 resources, 3 out of 7 fauna, 1 out of 6 flora. There's 2 out of 7.
This is how we do things on Jemison.
Really, is that how we do things, Sarah? See, I was just going. Got all the resources, that's nice. Another flora, that's nice. What are you shooting at? They were moving pretty fast.
Let's do this.
Oh, that thing's got everything.
That part of the life form should prove useful.
Seems to me Like the critters here are just downright unfriendly. Those floating things don't seem too bad. Well, if there's a landing pad, why didn't I land there? Those are definitely too far away to scan from here. At a place where something went wrong. A JND 41. I'll take it for now. Can always drop it if I'm carrying too much later. What's my health condition? Hypothermia, poisoning. Good old hypothermia. Snake oil treats hypothermia. Injector treats hypothermia.
National Research Station. You speaking. What is your business here? What? We haven't sent a distress signal. Nothing on the comms. No other ships in the system since our last supply drop. Look, What are you trying to pull here? Really? The High Energy Research Lab? Alright. I don't know what's going on here, but you should talk with the director. For security, I'm going to have to ask your friend to wait out there. What's inside, stay with me, and don't make any sudden moves. I'll get the door. Welcome to Nishina.
I'll watch things from out here, and you go do what you need to do. Just be careful.
That's what I thought this was going to be. This is a Starfield quest, but...
Step forward. Scan is clear. One moment.
Right, if you're scanning me for weapons, your scanner sucks.
Attention all. I am declaring a cordial. All sections are now unlocked. Senior staff, protocol, Delta. Use up. There. Be right with you.
Ethan Hughes, Chief of Security. If you'll follow me, I'll show you to the director. Kaya Patel, our Administrator and Research Director. 28 years in quantum particle physics, or so I'm told. It's beyond me. We're a small research station in the middle of nowhere. Pirates eat places like these for lunch. It is my job to make sure that we are not on the menu. We'll take the back way up.
Why take the back way?
Here, you can see our lovely storage area. Don't touch anything. So, Nishina. What the? Easy! Easy! What the hell was that? One minute, you're following me, and then you're just gone. Minute later, you pop in out of nowhere, looking like you were in the middle of a fight. In our storage room. I should have never let you inside. What is this? Some kind of stealth tick? Who are you working for? Look, I don't know what's going on. Let's get you to the director. Maybe she can figure this out. Come on, this way.
Who's there? Thank God. Finally, someone came. The distress signal. You picked up the distress signal, right? Yeah, I know. I wouldn't have made it much longer. It's been so long. I'm out of food, out of water, but I made it. Wait, how did you get in here? What? What are you talking about? No. This doesn't make any sense. Unless... the accident. Maybe this is a side effect of the accident. If the probe is still feeding power to the distortion, then... Right. Sorry. 3 months ago, I was calibrating an experiment in our high-energy research lab. There was an accident. An explosion. It caused a gas leak. Sparked a fire. I was trapped in the control room. There was nothing I could do.
Okay, Raphael.
They're all dead. The lab was built around a xenolith with a dense metallic object.
Disappear! We should! Wait! She's back! Alright, we're on our way up. Hugh's out. I was just filling in the director. Let's keep moving. If anything happens, the director's office is on the second floor, end of the hall. You can't miss it. This way.
He just doesn't care that I'm carrying my rifle now.
Director?
Thank you, Ethan. Come in. Kaya Patel, Research Director. And this is our Chief Scientist, Maria Hughes. Ethan said you...
Ethan Hughes,
disappeared
Maria Hughes.
right in front of him. Twice now? 3 times?
Director, you can't be taking this seriously. Look, I don't know who you are or what you're doing here, but there has to be a rational explanation for all of this. What does our research have to do with this?
No, it's fine. Let's start there. This facility and the research level 2 kilometers beneath us were built to study a gravitational distortion. 3 months ago, our chief engineer was calibrating an experimental probe when something went wrong.
We still don't know what happened. There was a series of explosions, and somehow it's still running. That would make sense. That's why the field strength keeps increasing. We have a control unit for the probe. After the accident, I tried to use it to shut down the system, but the kill switch isn't responding. We could shut it off manually, but the entire research level is locked down. We can't even get down there. Excuse me?
That is quite a claim. What makes you think that? Tell us about this other universe. Raphael. Raphael died in the accident. He...
Wait. Gas fire. Gas fire. The leak. Director, there was a hydrogen leak right after the accident. It was contained in a minute or two.
But if it hadn't been, it could well have caused an explosion.
Another universe, though. That's a lot to swallow.
We're not sure.
Raphael was in the lab near the ventilation controls. He could have stopped it.
Maybe he did. Or died trying.
An artifact?
You mean the source of the distortion? You know something about it?
Really? That's all you're gonna say?
No. Fair enough. You have a prior connection with them then. Maybe that's why this is only affecting you. So far, no one else has reported anything unusual. Either it's your prior exposure to these artifacts, or perhaps simply the fact that you're an outsider here.
Or you're all dead already, and that's why it's not affecting you.
We didn't know. That's why we were researching it. That is science, after all.
How? I told you the research level's locked down. We can't even use the damn elevator. What?
Clever. In this other universe, Raphael survived. He made it back from the lab. So clearly his elevator works. Take it. And you might be able to shut down the experiment.
This is crazy.
But first, we have to do something about your shifting.
We can't shut down the probe, but we might be able to adjust some of the other parameters. It's risky. We don't know what we're dealing with, but... All right. It's worth a try.
Then it sounds like we have a plan.
It does indeed.
Come with me. The control unit is in the fabrication lab next door.
Is that a Polaroid you're wearing on your hip?
What have we gotten ourselves into?
Well, I clearly can't go that way, so I'm going to have to go this way.
Oh, it's you. What happened? You disappeared, and the ceiling caved in, and... I thought I'd finally lost it. I'll manage. Look, can we just go? What? This place is falling apart. I don't understand any of this. If I hadn't seen you disappear with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Okay. You're my ticket out of here. We'll do this your way. We can get out through the pantry. Here's the key. I'll back you up, I guess.
What's the... Security breach! Go! Everybody out!
For it!
I mean, while I'm here, I have the key. Revolution 8, day 64.
Look at this. It's going to take hours to clear this out. Assuming the rest of the building doesn't come down on top of us. I'm not sure. It might stop whatever's happening to you. It's a reasonable theory, I guess.
What will it happen? What will happen to you?
They're a native species. We had an electric pulse field to keep them out. The fire took out the generators, damaged the foundation. They just keep coming. I was in the lab, working on the frequency calibration for the probe. I was walking out of the control room when it happened. I heard the tanks rupture. The alarm sound. I only had a second to react. I jumped back into the control room. The doors sealed. I was safe. From the gas, the fire, everything. But I was trapped. There was nothing I could do to stop it. If I had gone the other way, maybe I could have made it to the ventilation controls. Killed the system. Even if it killed me, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't want to think about it.
So, in this universe, he jumped to safety. In the other universe, he jumped to save others.
How should I know? You're the one who keeps winking in and out of existence. I just want to get out of here. Go do whatever you're going to do. I'll see if I can clear a path to the door.
What? Oh, it's you. You realize you just poked into my locked office. So much for security protocols. What a day, huh? Yeah, let me get the doors. And done. Is there anything else you need? Yes, Kataxi. Nasty things. The original survey team ran across them. You're welcome to read the old logs if you want. Here, I'll unlock the terminal for you. That's right. Has been since the accident. We can't connect to the control system to override it. The whole system's on a hair trigger. Cameras spot anyone not in the staff database. They fire off an alarm and all hell breaks loose. The Kataxi in the other universe. Wow. I've got an experimental thing one of the engineers put together. But... I'm glad you understand the position I'm in here. Don't get ahead of yourself. I never agreed to anything. I'm glad you understand the position I'm in here. I'm trying to be reasonable here. I hear you. I'm still willing to talk. All right. Yeah. It's never been field tested, but all yours.
What did he give me? He gave me the experimental A7. That's a high damage A7. It's a small magazine. But man, that's a good amount of physical damage. I hate that one that keeps sounding off from my left. Gonna go back to the automatic weapon. Nothing nearby.
What, did you get lost in the hallway? Alright, this is the probe control unit. Most of these controls aren't responding. I'm going to very carefully adjust the settings I can. There's no way to tell what's about to happen. Pay attention and be ready for anything. I'll begin by adjusting the energy feed of the electron beam array. We're at 93 teravolts. Calibrating to 95, 97, 100. Nothing. Let's try the other way. 91, 89. What the? Okay. It looks safe to approach. But what in the world? It's a microdistortion. Flux pattern matches the distortion in the lab. The setting is just exposing it somehow. Step into the distortion, please. I don't know. It's possible. That's what I want to test. If that is what's happening, what does that mean? How many of these distortions are there? All around us, all this time, and we've never noticed. Nothing. No, hold on. There's a slight pattern change. Some kind of resonance. Right, stay there. Let me turn the feedback up for a moment. Calibrating to 90, 91. What happened? Are you all right? So, the lower setting causes the distortions to manifest, and the higher causes you to shift. That seems promising. Keep it on the lower setting until you want to shift, and you should be able to avoid any more accidents. I'd give you my control unit, but it looks like you already have one from the other universe. I'd love to take a look at that when this is all over. No, we still don't understand what we're dealing with here. If we found something that works, let's not press our luck. You may want to practice shifting just to make sure this works reliably. Closer to the distortion, conditions may be less stable, if that's possible. Right? If you can get down to the research level, you need to make your way to the high-energy research lab.
Right.
Disengage the power interlocks. Then pull the emergency shutdown to stop the probe. That should finally put an end to all this. Oh, and before you go, the director wanted to speak with you. It really is just down the hall.
What?
I said nothing to you. Alright, I remember walking through here.
Well then, all set? If you need supplies, I've asked Dr. Barakova to take care of you. It's the least I can do after everything we put you through. Before you go, there is one other thing we should discuss. If this experiment is the cause of your shifting, when you shut it down, the shifting will stop. What happens
That's the
then?
idea.
To you and to us. Yes, and what of us? Nishina is a closed system. Two potential states held in tension. When you shut down the experiment, that tension will resolve. You are the outside observer in the system. Whichever reality you are in, at that moment, is what will become real. For you and your universe, at least. The question is, which will you choose? Of course. I don't know. I'm not sure it's possible to know. It may cease to exist. It was one possible universe, but not what actually happened. We or Raphael actually did die months ago. Or it may remain real, just not in your universe. Or in some quantum sense, perhaps you make both choices and both outcomes would be real. Welcome to quantum mechanics. Nothing will change. Nothing can change. If the universe was other than it was, you would not be here to make this choice. What you choose will be what happened.
Okay.
In your universe, the universe that brought you to this point. Not that I can see. If this were a choice between my life and Raphael's, I would ask you to save him. But as the director of the station, I am responsible for the lives of my staff. 30 people. People with families, careers, futures ahead of them. In this universe. Have you reached a decision? You don't have to decide now. But when the time comes, please, keep them in mind. Now, it's time you are going. With the network offline, we can't shut down the security system on the research level, so you can expect some resistance. Be careful. Ethan, unlock the elevator lobby, please.
Ma'am, research level is still locked down.
I'm aware of that.
All right. Done.
Good luck, dear. It's been a fascinating day.
Hello, Astromech. Somebody's got a gun in here. That's a terrible idea.
Yes?
Excuse me.
All right, let's find our way down. We don't need any medical supplies.
Howdy.
Yeah, it's the medical doctor.
Don't touch the equipment.
When people say don't touch the equipment, that's the first thing I want to do. Before we go down, I'm going to take a very quick bathroom break. I encourage everybody to go get yourself a drink, get a snack, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs. I'll be back in less than 5 minutes.
Blunt conversationalist said. Best viewers on streambo.net, remove the space, at OVFIO59.
Okay, fellas, I'm back. Oh, we're here. Let's drop a quick save. Remember, anytime we go to the surviving universe, the automated defenses will be against us. This room has no way out in the...
The security lockdown is active. Emergency override controls are available on designated security terminals.
Should be none of the critters in here, yeah? Okay. A Christmas Carol. I think I already have that one, though. Dual Master Helmet. I don't remember if I've got one of those. But it is kind of heavy to be carrying around. Although Master Locks would give me experience, I suck at lockpicking in this game. some instances, you do get to take loot twice. Which is really handy if you're a looter. Nothing in there was valuable to me, but that was worth some experience. Some high damage. Was it fire? That fires heavy blaster cartridges. Obviously, I can't use that computer here. the time jumping is difficult, to say the least. Now the security system will no longer be a problem. That could be the right one. If it's that one, it has to be that one, and it's not. That one would not work with that one. Oh, yes, it would. Just a different universe. Now I have to go back.
A security lockdown is active. Emergency override controls are available on designated security terminals.
Apparently you have to override each section individually. That's all cameras or turrets. What the hell saw me?
Catastrophic.
3PO's never reproducing. Where is it? There's the camera above me. There's going to be a camera over there somewhere. And still a camera or a turret over there that I haven't identified yet. What bad news is this? This place is buried. Keycard, stim pack, snake oil. I hate doing masters. I'm screwed. Yep. Screwed myself somewhere. Okay, that one definitely goes in the lower ring. don't hear the, there it is. Shouldn't that door have opened when I overrode the lockdown? Weird. Why did I have to override the lockdown in two separate locations? Now have to get back there. I'm assuming that this tunnel circles around. Yeah, the Queen didn't have much more of anything than the regulars did. Okay, so here, there's really no way for me to get in there. Here, I can climb my ass over to here. And now I'm in the hallway. Can't get through that door. I want to go that way, but how do I get that way? Not through here. On the roof. doesn't seem to be any more of them in here. They put a lot of health in here, probably figuring you were going to get fucked up by these things.
Controls are available on designated security terminals.
And I don't doubt it. Between the controls and the turrets, just about everything was here to kill you.
Ash's antics. Said.
Ashes.
Hand pink waving, hand pink waving.
Welcome aboard. Now we're going up again. I turned off security. What's the point of turning off the security system if it's just going to hit? Their attack interrupts my reload.
Catastrophic damage. Damage.
Got an old fart said. KRP.
Hey Scott, how's
Got
it
an
going?
Old fart gaming. Said. 11th like.
I appreciate you, brother. Hope you're having an excellent 4th of July. Great job on that unique song for this morning's stream. And now, on top of being shot at, I need to find, there's the anomaly. know where I'm going, but how do I get there? Oh, this is all blocked up. Alright, so how do I get where I'm going? When everything's blocked. And the override. Didn't override. I just don't know. I thought I had it figured out. I was on top of everything. Alright, this is how I got up here in the first place. Somehow, I have to get up there. But I'm not seeing a path. And it's one of those missions that doesn't give me a path with my my scanner thing. This is taking me away from my destination. Unless there's another way up that I missed. I can't go through that. Yeah, now I'm just running in circles. What am I missing? I'm not allowed a local map, so there's no local map. When I find it, I'm gonna feel stupid. But it really does not make any sense to me. I didn't see that anomaly earlier. I have to get into the high energy lab. I love how they followed me around, even though I wasn't in the same universe as them. That's lab controls. I want security controls. There now. Security has been put in my favor. That one's 6. That one's 7. I'm looking for 5. It's way up there. Okay, hold on. activate all 7 power switches. That's a $100,000 jetpack. I'll take that. It's only at 24,000. Let's see what it says. All have to be engaged. But alright, late night. We dialed in the voltage this morning, but we've been having trouble calibrating the frequency waveform output for sensors are showing some kind of phase shift interference. We're picking up reflection of our own beam with the distortion. For tomorrow's we need 34 gigahertz, but I can't find an output that gets us there. I've left the slate with the calibration protocol in the control room, but you probably have to experiment with it as usual. Good luck with this one. Maria. All right. I'm trying to save everybody, by the way. And I know that there's a way to do that. I just have to make sure that all of these are turned back on. I thought I had to disengage them, but I have to engage them. So that's 1, 2. On my way. The bodies really pile up after a while. That's a calibration control, not a switch. I am in a world of hurt. I shouldn't have turned them all off. 1, 2, 5. 6. Seven. Where are 3 and 4? One, 2. Feel like there's another one around here that I'm walking past. Is it down here? There it is. That's 3. And that's 4. All the power switches are on. Degaussing 3 and 5. Toggle on and off the numbered switches it requests. Three and 5 in the real world. Three, 4, 6, 7. Since I'm here, we're going to start right away. That's 7. Six. Three. And 4. And we need 3 and 5 in this world. Three is on this side. And the robot's very upset because he doesn't have the ability to intercede with me. Because I set him to defend me. Alright, degaussing has been completed. Select frequency calibration. $40 gigahertz, no. 24 for this world. Frequency calibration, and yes. 40 for the stable world. And now we are going to activate the primary calibration. And this should put
there is only passion.
The galaxies back together.
Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory. Through victory, my chains are broken.
Director, she's coming around.
And I saved everybody.
Careful, dear. Slowly. How are you feeling? So you did?
When the lockdown ended, we found you both out cold on the floor of the lab. And then we found our Raphael.
I still can't believe it. To me, you've all been dead for months. And then, just see this. It's a lot. It's really
a lot.
In the end, I suppose it did.
We're never going to be able to publish this.
You're free to go. And to take the artifact. I think it is abundantly clear how little we still understand about it. For saving Raphael and our research facilities, I'd like to offer you compensation to the full extent of my authority.
And as for me, I've decided to take a leave of absence. After everything that's happened here, I need some time to think this over. But you ever need an engineer, just say the word. I owe you everything.
Thank you. This has been a truly remarkable experience.
I'll be able to find him at the Imperial Center. Poisoning, severe, but I'm stable. And torn muscle. So let's deal with both of those. Immobilizer deals with the torn muscle. I have more in my ship, and the doctor might even sell me one. Injector. This is boosted injector and deals with poisoning.
This is impossible. I conducted the autopsy. Rafael Aguero died 92 days ago of primary blast injuries sustained in the incident. I also conducted the physical. This other Rafael is suffering from dehydration, malnourishment, traumatic stress. But he should make a full recovery. I've run every genetic analysis at my disposal. They are identical. Absolutely identical. This really is Rafael from another universe. I did not need to deal with this today.
Maybe he's
You're free to
Raphael
go.
from this universe.
For my part, I'll be glad to forget this ever happened. I think I still have a few things I could spare.
And let's get that immobilizer. Now take your snake oil, your sim pack, your trauma packs.
Excuse me? Perhaps you'd care to try a dead-end medical post on some god-forsaken planet in the middle of nowhere, huh? 6-year surgical residency. And I spend my days treating paper cuts and hurt feelings for a bunch of mathematicians and physicists.
I think you need to stop complaining. You've got a cushy job. How do I get out of here? Probably through the main hall.
Okay, hello.
Let's see if it would be stealing. I can't target the weapons chest.
No unexplained disappearances lately? Good.
Is that a World War II stick grenade behind his head?
Getting there. We're still trying to connect to the research level's control system. A lot of the circuits were just fried.
We're the most advanced civilization in the universe. Here's my potato masher.
looks peaceful from up here, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. That's still on my list. I don't know why. Back to the grind. That's on Narshada. Let's go back to Coruscant, to the eye, and see if we have any more Coruscant's not far from Dantooine. Or it shouldn't be. Where the heck is it? There it is.
Navigation checks that we're in the right
Maintain
place.
your ship's course, and we'll scan your cargo. And complete. Enjoy your stay on the capital.
We have no contraband on board, so that's not going to be a difficult scan.
Nice clean dock, Captain.
Forgot to check the math on a few equations. The brain's long gone. Forgetfulness. Spend so much time looking at the scans, I can see star systems orbiting in my head. The eye's showing signs over another one of those big anomalies. Here, catch a smile.
Piazzi 4C. Okay, but
Something you might be interested in.
yeah, but it's gonna be like a stimulant or something.
We're loose.
Okay, before we go anywhere, I'm gonna empty my pockets because I picked up a lot of crap. Hi.
Hope the Black Sea is treating you all right.
Experiment. Alright, I'm using that. That's a single shot weapon. So while it's got a 423 damage, it's not quite as good as my pistol. It's got a little bit better fire rate. That's an explosive. But it's an explosive that doesn't use explosive rounds. That's nice. And it's good against droids. But it randomly switches to explosive rounds, which means you don't have control over when it fires explosive rounds. This was a quest reward. Clone Commando. Probe control unit. It's a cool looking device. Any books that have weight. Get out of my backpack. Except for that one, which I can't drop for some reason. That's kind of heavy. I mean, it's cool original Star Wars stuff. This has that kind of Star Trek Next Generation feel to it. I think Imperial Center is the spaceport. And I want to go see the ship technician.
Hey, can we skip the local chunks this time? Never agrees with my style.
Hey, what can I do for you? And here's our new captain. My crew can take a look at your ship. And you can stop by the Trade Federation kiosk if you need to offload some cargo.
I don't want your crew touching my ship, but thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Alright, so here's my ground vehicles. The original Luke speeder. This thing is a beast. None of them actually have heavy armor, though. So now this is the speeder that I'm going to be using from now.
Everything looks good here. I'll be at my booth if you need me.
And you can see it gets offloaded at the back of your ship when you land. And your passenger gets to fire a weapon.
I picked up something you might be interested in. We have lifted. Orbital pattern locked in.
Weapons primed. Moving to neutralize suspect.
Alright, let's go to Piazzi.
Your grav jumps are as majestic as a banner.
Looks like somebody else's grav jumps are not so majestic. That's not Piazzi. How'd we get here?
Avalanche Multimedia said, "Not quite the Falcon, but looks cool."
It's darn close to the Falcon. It's the interior is wrong, but the exterior is pretty damn good. We have a sensor contact. Let's go see what the sensor contact is. we're still at the same location, Vessel 3.
Avalanche Multimedia said. Debatable.
If we were going to Piazzi,
Nice work.
we shouldn't have needed to jump if we were already there. I'd say it's pretty darn close, Tony. Why? I can't maneuver. All I could do was fly straight forward, which is unfortunately a known bug in this game. Sometimes you can't maneuver.
Nice jump. Right on target.
Okay, maneuvering is working again. In case we run into the same 3 idiots. This time it was just one idiot. That's the cloning lab, that's the sensor anomaly. That's the scanner anomaly. But when I do this, it says acquire. So that's where we're landing. How are you today, Tony? On this fine rebellion day. If anything, I would say they didn't beat up the exterior of the Falcon enough. But I don't think the game has
Avalanche Multimedia
scorch marks enough.
said. All right, I guess.
I think the temple's in that general direction.
Avalanche Multimedia said, Falcon doesn't have red bit, 2 main black hole panels, and yes, not beaten up but pretty close.
Oh, I beg to differ. There are red panels on the Falcon. Come back here, you big ape.
Temperature levels are bottoming out.
Avalanche Multimedia said, you forget I'm currently building it.
I built one myself years ago, and the original model definitely had red panels. I don't know if the new model has any. I think that's it. I found it odd that there were red panels on it when I built it, but, you know, I'm not the one who designed it, so. Sarah, stop playing with the local wildlife. When you mess with the local wildlife, you make me kill them. I don't like doing that. Especially because they have antimicrobial bones. I don't like antimicrobial bones. I prefer them having like sealant blood or something. Yeah, I just have to scan you, big guy. Just stop running away. Look, Sarah won't shoot you. At least not much. Relax. God, you ran a long way away just to not get scanned. Have both of you been scanned? I think only one of you's been scanned. You haven't been scanned. There. Now you've been scanned. Now you've been scanned. Don't charge me, asshole. I helped you out. I see what the problem is. Your head is hollow. If you had a brain up there, you would have known that I helped you out. Yeah, we gotta go get the power from the temple. If they only didn't have hollow heads, they would have known that we were helping them. Isn't that right, Sarah? Not gonna say anything poetic? You're letting me down here, Sarah. What are these? Herding scepter filters. If they're herding, that sounds like they're alive. Like animal type alive. A week ago last Tuesday. We just gotta find the path in, Sarah. There it is. I don't think Sarah's seen me do this routine. I need to spend some effort in boost pack training to get more boost.
instill fear in my enemies. I am the destroyer of worlds.
Fascinating.
I know the power.
I could spend years studying this location.
I am the fire of hate.
To bring
Sarah, are we the baddies? But I just got Force Cloak. Which definitely works better than Force Dash for me.
Third Eye 47 said,
Third Eye.
You still have quests to do in this?
Welcome
Thought you
back.
finished TBH.
Well, I took a week off to do my family move. But aside from that, I have not done the main quest. I've just been doing side quests.
Third Eye 47 said, unless you're just getting all the temples, this was a pain when I did it, lol, cause I stopped getting told the locations. It was bugged, I think.
Oh yeah, if you stop getting told the locations, you do have to go manually and get them. And when I did this in Starfield, I actually had to go looking for the temples myself because Vlad stopped telling me temples after I don't know, 8 or so. I know it was not all of them.
Julie said.
Jules!
Hi, Rob, and everyone, happy weekend.
Happy weekend, happy 4th of July for everybody here in America.
I have things for you. Pressure holding. Take off looks good. Achieving orbit now.
How are you, Jules?
Julie said. Oh yes, happy July 4th, Rob. Third I-47 said. Once he stopped telling me the locations, I used console commands to give me all the powers, lol. I also gave myself all the Starborn armor variants.
Nice. I'm avoiding console commands as much as I can.
Said. Doing great, thanks, Rob. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good, Jules. I'm a little wiped out from the move.
Nice work.
You are entering Imperial space. Please maintain course and prepare to be scanned.
Is this me maintaining corpse?
Go ahead and land.
I guess it was. What?
Third I-47
The inside does not look like the Falcon.
Wow, just noticed the Falcon. How's the inside look? Were you able to fit all the workbenches and stuff? Julie said. Glad you moved in, Rob. Wish you all the best in your new home.
Thanks, Jules.
Never regretted
Third
coming
I-47
out of Constellation's
said.
got one.
Also yes, glad
I'd
your
go
move
into
went
the
well, and happy
astronomical
4th
charting
to
data
everyone.
with you, but clear as day just to point you right to it.
I'll board the Falcon and walk through so you can see the inside. It is not the normal interior, and that's because the game just doesn't have that kind of flexibility.
Something for you when you have a moment.
Oops. I tried to talk to her and she sidestepped and I hit the door.
I'm here for you, my love. You aren't simply my partner for life. You're my soulmate. We were meant to be together.
Aww.
If it keeps us close, then I'll gladly say those words every time you ask. Well, well. Back for more, eh? Talk to you again soon, darling. Something for you when you have a moment.
You have something for me.
Whatever you need, you got it.
I do? You must have read my mind.
Well, you've been saying it to me, analgesic. Thank you.
See you
Julie
soon, love.
said. Ah, bless. Third I-47 said.
So,
the ship I used was called the Narwhal in base Starfield. Pretty big, and all I had to do was switch 2 modules out to get all the right benches.
the
Lots of
Narwhal's a
turret room
pretty...
too.
The Narwhal is a pretty good ship.
The magnet to your fridge.
So, you do have the cooking station.
Just wish everyone else
And
felt the same way.
then you have a crew station in here. This adds 2 crew stations, if I'm not mistaken. And this station, if I'm not mistaken, adds cargo.
Ah, a face I never mind seeing.
Now, this is cute. And of course, we come with our own astromech. Then we have a lounge area with a desk. I believe this is what gives us our crew capacity.
Julie said. That's awesome.
This is the companionway that goes
Third
up to the
I-47
cockpit.
said. LOL, that actually scared me. I didn't expect that.
Regardless of how I present myself.
And that's pretty much all we've got for the...
Everyone I've spoken to has nothing but complimentary things to say about
They tried to make it like the Falcon. You know, you've got the kind of circular couch with the table, and oh, there's a game here.
Third I-47 said. Oh, I like that short hallways to take cockpit, very unique for this game.
Yeah, the putting that angled hallway in has got to be the most clever thing they've done.
Clamps released.
Okay, we are using the correct mission. Going to Corellia.
Nice jump. You're right on target.
And we can maneuver.
Hello. There you are. I just had to see the newcomers. See if you live up to the hype. I'm so rare that someone new comes along. From the sidelines, it's a real treat to see everyone scrambling. It's very profitable as well. Oh, this whole thing? I suppose it did cost a few fortunes.
Third I-47 said. So the one faction I don't know about in this mod is Constellation. Does that have a Star Wars equivalent or is it base game Constellation?
It's still Constellation.
There are rules even I must abide by. Or at least I choose to. It may mean nothing, but I'm rooting for you. Sorry, can't say. Hopefully all will make sense in time. Good luck. Please, just be careful. Very careful. I hope to see you at a much later date.
Stroud is made up to look like Solo in the Endor assault. You've met Vlad. He's set up to look like Clone Trooper. Let's see. I'm trying to remember all their names. What's her name? The scientist girl, the young girl. She's made up to
Odd
look...
Noble said, I'm still here. Took the dog for a walk, gonna grill some steak now.
Oh, nice, Odd. Enjoy the grill. The young girl, she's made up to be like Leia from the Empire Strikes
Julie
Back.
This bird.
Said, hi Odd.
Mateo is made up like a Luke Skywalker.
Oh, this world's seen better days. I wonder if it's always looked like this.
Odd Noble said, Julie.
The biggest scanner anomaly is that way. Yep, that's it. Already found the iridium.
Julie said, Rob, which one? Fallout, Star Wars or Sea of Thieves?
Oh, that's a hard choice, Julie. I love them all, but I would probably grab Fallout if you're looking for something to play right now.
time.
Said. No, Rob, my shout out I'm doing for you.
Oh, I would go with Star Wars. It's the most prevalent thing on my channel right now.
Julie said. Hokey dokey Fallout it is. Odd Noble said. Sea of Fallout Wars.
There you go, Odd.
Julie said. Oh, okay, Star Wars Rob.
A pirate in a vault suit with a lightsaber.
Julie said. LOL.
Peace is a lie.
Odd Noble
Only passion.
said. LOL.
Through passion, I gain strength.
Coming here, this was sort of thing I did when I was a child.
Through power, I gain victory.
Julie said. See what I can do, LOL. Odd Noble said. I gotta ask AI to make that pirate vault suit with a lightsaber, LOL.
Chido Punzi.
You've got nothing. You picked the wrong day to piss me off.
Hey, you picked the wrong day to piss me off, that's for sure. First you made a double of my wife and made her attack me. Then you used a stim pack in the middle of the combat. Sage's Restoration. What has blossomed will bloom
Julie
once more.
Said. Now that's not nice, you tell M. Rob.
My wife can attack me all on her own. You don't need to make copies of her to do it.
Odd Noble said, LMAO, it pretty much put Johnny Depp in makeshift power armor with a lightsaber. I'll post it in Discord.
That's hilarious.
Lifting off now.
Julie said, that sounds good hot lol.
Apogee kick complete. Orbit steady.
Odd Noble said, LOL.
Uh-oh. It's the power from beyond, right? They may feel like I've gotten enough powers. I don't think I've gotten enough powers. So the only way to skip that is to go back to the map and find where is Coruscant? There it is. Find the eye. There it is. And I gotta say, I like that little random captain jumping in and saying something to me.
Maintain course and prepare to be scanned. Scan complete. Go ahead and land.
And before we go any further, I'm going to take a very quick break and see if Vlad has anything else to say to me. I encourage everybody to grab a drink, grab a snack. I'll be back in less than 5 minutes.
Julie said, T.
doing, Kira? You don't have to run if he was just checking on where I went. Oh, I was just outside the door. I was going to the bathroom. Girl. Worried about where Dad went. I'm back. I'm sure you heard me talking to the dogs. And instead of going into the space station, I undocked.
I'm sure they're sad to see you go.
Because I'm paying attention to what we're doing. Let's go see what Vlad has to say.
Haven't set foot on the Eye for ages. Hope Vladimir's in a good mood today.
We were here like 35 minutes ago.
Oh, sore. One too many squats. Nothing yet. Still poring over the charts. Gave up my room in the lodge so Andreja had a place to call her own. Everyone needs space to let their thoughts run solo. That's why I missed your little welcome party. Got caught up plotting all the data the Eye can give us. Wouldn't mind the helper's hand, though. Would speed the process along. Up-to-date planetary scans would help filter all the data I have to sift through. Maybe help to find the anomalous bits. And Constellation can slide a credit or two your way. All part of the mission of charting the stars, right? Then we're hand in hand in agreement. Now, get out there and burn some helium. You've tipped my ear.
But he has no more artifacts for me to collect.
Haven't made a match yet.
I have all the artifacts. That's what he's telling me. So now, we have to go through our quest list.
That ship will carry the memory of you.
And decide what we're going to do. We can continue. I don't need
Julie
to do that.
Said, Rob, what do you say to Star Wars forming a rock band?
Oh, I would love a Star Wars rock band. A number of these are to be done like on the main quest. I cannot deliver a Terra Brew to cappuccino to Donna. Oh, a Terra Brew cappuccino. I don't think I got her a cappuccino. I think I just got her a Terra Brew. Let's go get a cappuccino. and see if that's why I couldn't deliver it. I may have gotten her the wrong drink. She asked me for a Terra Brew
Julie
without saying
said,
what kind.
Cappuccino sounds good.
I used to occasionally like a cappuccino. I'm really a black coffee drinker, but every once in a while a cappuccino was good.
Said, the only song they would play is variations of the Cantina song LMAO.
No, I think that the backing track should always be the Cantina song in different
While we're here,
little
it wouldn't
variations.
hurt if we checked in at the lodge.
I think you're right, Sarah. We'll check in at the lodge.
Julie said,
Security scanners.
I prefer latte.
The Empire sure isn't taking any chances after that.
I've had a few lattes in my time too. I think for me, the thing that makes a difference.
Odd Noble said, I love that song. So damn catchy.
It instantly catches your attention. Yeah, I think I got her the wrong drink.
At this rate, I won't even have
I've always liked that statue. It's beautiful, isn't it? I wonder what the artist was trying to represent.
Probably something phallic.
I've flown across most of the settled systems in all manners of spacecraft, and yet I still get sick on the gnat.
How do you get sick on the net, Sarah? It's a maglev. It doesn't have vibration. And based on the speed that I see it take off at, it barely has inertia problems. Donna, come here.
I wonder if I'll miss New Atlantis when Tony and I leave. No, probably not.
Wait. Tony, you're leaving with Donna?
Thank you so much. Soon I'll be coursing with bountiful energy. I'll be the most enthusiastic janitor in New Atlantis. Here, take this. I found it while I was cleaning. I figured you might find a use for it. Thanks again. I really appreciate it.
She found 100 credits.
I can't complain. My boss told me yesterday that I'm one of the best janitors she's ever hired. Feels great to be appreciated.
Oh,
See you around.
she only pays you a credit a day, so I feel terrible for you. I'm trying to do as many of the side quests as I can. Without doing repetitive side quests. So no redoing the Red Mile, no redoing the repetitive bounties. You know, go get this captain again, go get...
Think of a better place to recharge and ready ourselves for our next mission.
Captain, hello again. I was uncertain you would return. Captain, I am fully updated and ready to assist with tasks. Human understanding of physics has until now shown no indication that such a thing is possible. And yet, we have now encountered two individuals physiologically identical to unique humans we already know, possessing knowledge and technology that it seems improbable for them to otherwise have. It is indeed possible that they are telling the truth, that this unity does exist. More data is required.
Very funny, Walter. You know Constellation's been keeping me busy. I wasn't born yesterday, you know. I bet you...
Practically speaking, it is entirely possible to duplicate my memory banks and replicate my functionality in another Model A unit. I would recommend
you are
speaking
just...
to Mr. Stroud about
You are
the
just a
costs of such
BX
adventure.
battle droid.
Human understand, and yet, it is. That would at least verify the assertion that the artifacts are necessary to reach the unity. Yes. Goodbye, Captain.
All right,
Bet you
here's
never
Mateo.
expected to end up involved in something
Hello
like
there,
this.
Greetings, Walter Stroud. How may I assist you?
Here's Walter.
Oh, no, I don't need anything. Just, checking in. Seeing how you're doing.
Where is what's her name?
All systems are functioning well within established parameters.
Right. Well,
She's probably off doing something.
Yes, Walter Stroud. I will.
I'd like to talk to you about something when you have the chance. Oh, right. I was afraid you were going to bring that up again. Very well. Let's see if I embarrass myself or not. My colleagues, I venture out into the dark.
I didn't mean to make him repeat
If
the
this
speech.
that, dare I say. And
We had that a couple of episodes ago.
Counter to everything I've said and believed before. I've caught myself wondering if we ever should have started this search. If this is all true, and I have it right, we've potentially started a chain of events that will create more of these Starborn. Or worse, enable the ones we've seen to become even stronger. I am not fond of either of those options. So maybe now we have no choice but to finish this journey before one of them does. Does it even work like that? This is enough to make your head spin. Look, I don't like the idea of siding with either one of these groups. I'd much rather see someone from Constellation get there first. I trust any of us far more than these Starborn. I want you to know I was very impressed with your work back on Neon.
Well, I grew up there.
There's no fooling you. Don't worry, this is a much lower stake opportunity. My Star Yard's been having a little trouble getting our next project off the ground. I need someone capable and decisive to step in and steer it in the right direction. Interested?
Oh, you want me to do some research for you?
Of course, now that I know you're interested. It's a new ship. We want to diversify our fleet. Now, I don't know why the people I pay very handsomely to come up with new designs can't seem to get out of the R&D phase. And frankly, I don't care. I just want someone, you, to go there and show them how it's done. I did not. Part of the problem is that my designers seem to be having trouble agreeing on a plan. I should mention that you're not there to make design decisions. You're there to get the project back on track and help guide them. So, ideally, you're not adding to the problem. R&D needs to happen first whenever work starts on a new project. It's a natural stalling point since we need to make so many big decisions. In this case, we're talking about looking at our existing fleet of ships and using data we've gathered to see what consumers want. But of course, each member of the R&D team can interpret that data to suit their own confirmation bias. I'm guessing that's what we're seeing here.
Uh-huh. And you want me to fix that?
Excellent. I'll send word ahead to the project lead, Jules Degante, that you're taking point. They'll all be instructed to listen to you and follow your direction. I expect big things from you, so I'm excited to see what you manage to deliver. I don't believe you'll let me down.
Go to the Kuat Drive Yards. See, that's what I like to have her in. I think that looks much better than that Imperial doodad she was wearing. Where's what's-her-name? Here's the kid we rescued. There's Bennett. Why didn't you die?
Let me know when you're ready to take me along with you. Should only be a few years.
So, Walter, that tip I gave
What's
you
up?
panned out, didn't it?
You know very
I don't know if I'll ever get used to being around all these people. Everyone hurrying around, talking, eating, drinking, doing a million things. It's so weird. But kind of exciting at the same time, you know? Going from a planet with a population of 3 to this one is going to take a lot of patience and trust.
Nate Usampurser said, "Hello there, another settlement needs your help. I'll put it on your map."
Thanks, Nate.
It's amazing. I've never seen anything like it in all my life. Not even in Mom's picture slates. It's almost like a fairy tale. Like it's not real, you know? I'm sure that sounds pretty dumb to you. But hey, I lived in a house made from busted up spaceship parts and trees. Yeah, a little bit. That planet was the only real home that I ever knew. I know it sounds kind of weird, but it feels like I've left my family behind. It was a really tough
That does not sound weird.
But you and Sarah were right. I had to move on with my life. And hey, one day when I'm old enough, I could always go back for a visit.
Yes, you can.
Well, there's no other people my age here at the lodge, so it's going to be kind of tough. Actually, Noelle is pretty nice.
Noelle, that's her name.
She said she'd teach me some stuff about science. You know, pick up where my mom left off. Besides that, I don't really care if I make friends or not. You and Sarah are the only friends I'll ever really need. Come back soon. I like talking to my friends.
You were supposed to die so Sam could live.
First off, I just want to say, heck of a job saving Dazra. That was a tough situation to navigate, and you did it with aplomb. A pat on the back isn't nearly enough. I hope they throw you a parade.
Thanks, Lando.
Two thumbs up even. Don't sell yourself short. I also want to thank you for putting a halt to the Serpent's crusade. The last thing the Settled Systems needs is another war.
Nate Usampurser said, "Me and my friends are playing Phasmophobia. The new update is making a bit harder."
The new update is definitely making things a little bit harder. I actually am grateful that I did not want to get the Apocalypse trophy because I'm told it's almost impossible for casual players to get now.
Well, I doubt House Varun would have had the resources to invade the Settled Systems. So it would have likely been guerrilla tactics to start. Ambushes, sabotage, that kind of stuff. Then again, when has House Varun ever fought in that manner? So I don't know. Let's just be glad we don't have to imagine it. True, but sometimes the right thing can be hard to see, especially when you have something
Nate
to gain by
Usampurser
ignoring it.
said,
And you spend a lot of time.
"Well, we
in
have
Dodge.
that trophy by
Who
just
knows
miracle
how that
getting
might have
it."
shifted your perspective. Either way, I hope the new leadership in Dazra is just as level-headed. The whims of a cosmic snake aside.
Yeah, that's a trophy
seems like
I'm never
they're
gonna
open
have.
to trade with the Settled Systems.
I've got a ton of trophies, but not that one.
Sure, they're beam counters, but that could tie things up in regulation. One thing I appreciate about Constellation is they don't get wrapped up in red tape. Not unless that tape is a being from another universe, here to make things sticky. Either way, I won't waste your brain cells on the what-ifs. The fact is, you got rid of the vortex and saved Dazra. As for the
Nate
whole choosing a
Usampurser
leader thing, time will tell
said,
if you made the right choice.
"Me and my friends have
Give it
that
maybe
trophies.
20
It was a
years
hell
and
of
you'll
a
start
time
to see
getting it. I think I died more time trying to get that trophy than any of the other trophies I have."
That's a difficult trophy to get, and the only version of that trophy that they actually put in your trophy case is the gold Apocalypse trophy. So if you don't have the gold one, you'll never see it in your trophy case anyway.
Agreed. If history is our teacher here, major cataclysms come with deep wounds and emotional scars. Regardless,
I
won't
really
sit here
don't
and
know why they
sugarcoat it.
chose to do that
People of
either.
Dazra have a long road ahead of them. They're going to have to make foundational decisions regarding everything from infrastructure to immigration to their core religious beliefs. Let's hope this first push sends them on the right path. I know now isn't the best time, but I need to talk with you later. This is amazing! The unity, the multiverse, This is everything, and more. Literally. No kidding. Think of the dissertations. Boundless topics, no bounds. Except the books, they're bound. This explains so much, though. They're disorganized, petty, weird, and also deeply fascinating at the same time. Because they are just people. We never ruled that out, but it feels so good to know we weren't fighting against
Post new
robot
update added a bunch of new achievements. I 100% this game and have to do all the new achievements now.
Yeah, the new achievements are going to make a lot of people have to start doing new tasks to get 100% again. But you know what? I'm glad they're adding new achievements for people who already had 100%, because that keeps the game fresh for them. For people like me who were never achievement chasing anyway, there's only one achievement that I actually was chasing. I want to get killed by a demon in less than a minute. Once I get that trophy, I'm 100% satisfied that I've gotten everything I want.
You're right.
But the guys who are getting all the achievements, the people who are 100%ing,
What if every other universe
they now
is in
have a new
shambles
goal.
because of them? We don't know. But it all comes back to this. We don't know what will happen if you enter the Unity. You might lose yourself or become a two-headed space shark. There are too many variables. What? No. I just have to go back and forth about it for a while first, and then I'll be completely fine. Just part of my process. Of course, at the end of the day, it's your choice. But I will say this. Our entire purpose in Constellation is to explore. Why would we stop now? I'm with you. I'm not gonna hold you back. But if you know, become evil or whatever, I'm also not gonna have your back. Anytime. The possibility of turning evil aside, I appreciate you taking the lead on this. You're guiding Constellation to new frontiers, new discoveries, and we should all follow your example. On that note, there's something else I'd like to discuss with you, if you have time. It's not on the scale of entering the Unity, but it is tangentially related. Thanks. This has been swirling in my brain goo for a while now. So, I've been pondering over what's happened and what it all means. And I've got a favor to ask. A teensy-weensy favor. About the size of a plank length, really. I think it's time I joined you in the physics-bending powers business. See if one of those temples works for more than just you. Marvelous. I'm glad you're as gung-ho about this as I am. As it so happens, I've already talked to Vladimir. Seems our eye in the sky is back up and running. He sent me the coordinates for the temple already. We just have to visit. I know now isn't the best time, but I need to talk with you later.
All right. Well, I was going to introduce...
Well, if it isn't our own ranger. I hope you're not taking the job permanently. Costume party coming up, huh? Anyway, it suits you. Anyway, I'm just glad Ron Hope is gone.
Hey, Barrett. We're just doing some scans on the
the
artifacts. Have you
said,
seen the
I can hear all the fireworks in where I live growing up now
thing?
as people celebrate the 4th of July here in Georgia.
You know what I mean, right?
Julie.
It's the thing.
Oh, Nate, I'm
that
glad that the
LOL.
fireworks are kicking off.
Dials? No, I do not.
We're a few hours away. I'm West Coast time. It's not quite time to start hitting fireworks. And my dogs are grateful because they're still calm. But I definitely will need to end the stream before the fireworks start here because the girls will not appreciate the fireworks.
Maybe he could have been rehabilitated. Maybe.
No.
But I just can't see that happening. And even if so, he couldn't remain in power over those people. Not after all
Nate
that.
Usampurser
It was a hard choice
said,
that you made, but I'm proud
that is
of
going
you,
to be a problem for my recording
So
and my
now
friends
isn't the
are
best
live
time.
streaming right now.
I need to talk with you.
Oh, well.
Crimson
Good.
Fleet ought to be pretty happy right about now. Must have been hard to decide what to do with all.
I used to
credits.
stream from
You
Georgia.
satisfied with how it all turned out? They've made mistakes, we all know that. But they made more mistakes than intentional harm. Maybe intent doesn't always matter, though. The fleet now
They made
has the
intentional
funding
harm. They
harm
tried to
they've
arrest me.
always wanted. Everything is going to be more dangerous out there for everybody, including us. We need murderers and thieves as allies? What are you planning to do next? If that's the road you're taking us down, I'm not sure I can stomach it. I'm just thinking about all the people that this is going to impact out there. Regular, normal folk. who
Hold
just
on,
wanna
Barrett.
have a safe life.
You were
Space
friends
already
with
so
a murderous
unforgiving, so hostile
cutthroat
to life.
when I
Humans are
rescued
still
you.
so delicate out here. And now it's just that much harder for no good reason. No, now isn't the best time, but I need to talk with you later. A while ago, you helped me out when I was captured by the Crimson Fleet.
Yeah, remember that?
I just wanted to say thanks for having my back. Well, it left a lasting impression on me, I suppose. So many things can go wrong out there. Working with people you can trust is important. That's why I've been in Constellation so long. It's good to have people who will help out when you're in a jam.
Barrett is a technically well-written companion. And I do like a lot of the things that Barrett has to say. But I like Sam a lot better. And I intentionally did not interact with Barrett at all before the attack on Constellation. Barrett should have died, and Sam did instead.
Nate Usampurser
That's
said,
smart.
at least my friends don't have to worry about the noise. Besides, on my Discord they can hear fireworks.
What area?
Nate Usampurser said, that's so make it hard for them to hear me on Discord.
What area of Georgia you're in, Nate? I used to live in Columbus, which about 40 minutes south of Atlanta.
Julie said, he does have an interesting voice.
He does have an interesting voice, and he is a likable character, but he's also got some of the more irritating character flaws where Sam feels more like a friend.
Well, fair enough. Seems kind of lonely, but you're less vulnerable. Safer. That's not my style, but I can respect it. We have all sorts of folks in Constellation, after all. Speaking of which, Constellation has its ups and downs. It can be hard. Trust me. No. When times are tough, sometimes it's important to reflect on our accomplishments. What you're doing here with us is remarkable. Truly. Constellation is brighter because of you. Neither do I. Yet I muster forth. You know, being a member of Constellation has given me a lot of opportunities. And a fair bit of stress, I'll admit. It's hard to imagine just who I'd be had I never joined up. I would have never done so many things. Met so many people. It's mind-boggling how different
Nate Usampurser
and I
said,
never would have met Irvin.
on like 10 hours away from Thomasville, Georgia.
10 hours from Thomasville, Georgia? What are you, walking?
It's not you, Captain. It's just been on my mind. Can't say why. Irvin's been gone for over 20 years. Strange how memories can pop up when you least expect it. Oh, I've been giving myself nothing but space and time for years. But maybe it's time for me to really think about it. Well, maybe I'll take you up on that offer later on, Captain. I need some time to think about things. On that note, I think I'd do well to distract myself with a little adventure for a bit.
All right. Right now, Barrett is my companion. Sarah is just on the ship as crew. Yeah, when I lived in Georgia, 10 hours could take me to damn close to Miami. It was 4 hours to just outside of Fort Lauderdale. Which mission is current? That's probably going to be the faster of the two missions. I can't believe I made such a simple mistake with Donna as buying the wrong Terra Brew for her. Oh, I keep saying I want to spend some experience points on boost pack.
That is convenient, but variety. Right after eating can give you stomach aches.
Can it?
Every time I see that statue, I feel a little more. Can't really explain why.
Julie,
but I do.
Said. Rob, getting late for me, so I bid you and everyone a good night and enjoy your July 4th. Bye everyone.
Good night, Jules. Have a sweet dream night.
Odd Noble. Said. Adios, Julie.
Where can I go find one of these? Alright. I'm gonna sell that prison shuttle before we leave here. Because after we finish his quest, I want to go straight over and do Stroud's quest.
And here's our new captain. My crew can take a look at your ship.
And at the end of Stroud's quest,
if you need to offload
they'll give us one of the ships we designed.
The Trade Federation runs a vending kiosk next to my booth. It's just off to the side, near the ramp. Besides that, Imperial Mercantile is your closest shop if you're looking for a bit of everything. That's further in, past.
I'm sure you can find something you like.
Alright, I'm going to sell. I never registered this ship.
Everything looks good here. I'll be at my booth if you need me.
I don't want to run out of ship slots.
I have something for you.
Really? Now you tell me that? Alright, I'm going to run to the restroom before we go any further. So I would suggest everybody grab yourself a new drink, go to the restroom, refresh your snack. I will be back in less than 5 minutes. In the meantime, also look in my description. We have a discount code for W Energy. We have a link to Always Give Back. They build gaming PCs for disabled veterans. If you don't want to donate to them, go ahead and share that link with friends who might want to. It's a great charity, and you know it's close to my heart. I'll be back in less than 5 minutes.
Odd Noble said, "Good times partying face." Odd Noble said, "I think I might go get some brewskis. That also means I'd have to go to Walmart."
Okay, I'm back.
Escape trajectory plotted. We're locking into orbit now.
Look alive!
I love how they're fighting around me. They're like, oh, this guy just launched, but he's not our target. Let's make sure we don't hit him.
Complete. Warship restored.
Somebody died right there. Nothing I need to get, though. Come on, Barrett. Oh, I love that picture. That's the old Battlefront 2 cover.
Landing struts primed. Retros firing.
Irvin would have loved to see this.
Ooh, that's low gravity world.
I think everybody in Constellation dreams of this moment.
We landed practically on top of a temple. But it is nighttime. I might want to go back into the temple until morning. Just because I can't see where I'm going. Doors over there. Looking for anything that's not copper. That could be the door. That's the door. Come on, Barrett.
Oh, this is it. Just look at this place. Huh?
Do you know what you're doing?
Follow your lead. Clearly, you know what to do around here.
Yeah, I've done it like 4 or 5 dozen times. You'd think that you would be doing this. That I would just be watching you do it.
Marty said.
Marty!
Pink waving.
Welcome aboard, my friend. I didn't see you a few days ago, so happy belated Canada Day. Thank you, my friend.
Hot Noble, said Marty. Marty, said Hi Noble.
Well, Barrett, they only work for me.
I am the heart of the darkness. I know no fear. I instill fear in my enemies. I am the destroyer of worlds. I know the power of the dark side.
Just look.
Of course. I am the fire of hate.
This is Barrett. Returning your call. What in the... Who in the... Don't you... You got to be joking. Nope. Okay. Skipping the initial shock of it all. Agreed. Not worth it. Forming a hypothesis. Me. Accurate. I'm just, passing through. Molecular binary schism? Temporal twinning? Group hallucination? Don't forget the fluctuations in the energy patterns, which align almost deterministically. Harmonized vibrations, distorting some mechanical barrier between neighboring universes? Impossible to know with such a minute subset of readings. We need more data. Obviously. I'll be Barrett Prime. Amundsen is fine. Usually the barrier between us is too thick to communicate much anyway. Amundsen? Now I know you're not me. Hey, one of us has to keep it classy. Why stop at 2? It won't work. The energy required increases exponentially per anomaly. I'm already exhausted. In a way that's hard to describe. Not physically or mentally, but something else. Sorry, friend. You'll feel right as rain when I dissipate. Whoa there. Sustaining this connection requires a lot of concentration. Is this permanent? You will eventually monitor the energy fluctuations and agree. But no, this is unusual. I could study this forever. Irvin told me to just enjoy it and collect data on the side for later. And I'm glad I did. Irvin? He's with you. He's... okay? By the tone of your voice, I'm gathering some things in our lives might be a bit different. Is he happy? Yes, he is. Our daughter pilots the ship after Vasco was destroyed. But otherwise, we've survived the war well. Oh, man. I only hope the new one we're building is just as salty as the last one. Amazing. Sounds like you don't have a daughter here, I take it. No. We talked about it, but no. We named her after Aja, my mentor. She died in the crossfire between the United Colonies and the Freestar Collective decades ago.
Yeah.
For me, Irvin died instead of Aja in that crossfire. She's best friends with Cora, and she's smart as hell.
See, they copied...
Of course she is.
This dialogue verbatim. But as they keep doing more and more updates, they're replacing dialogue, which I kind of like.
I have so many questions. I wonder how many paths I've taken. We've taken. How many variations.
Somebody's breaking orbit.
How many ended with heartache and how many with joy? I think about that all the time. Wait. What's that noise? Starborn ship. We can handle this. On it. Astounding. This is what exploration is all about. Something happened. I can't hold on to you. I'm struggling. Being pulled through the barrier. This is probably it, friends. Amundsen, cherish every moment with them. I already do, my friend. I promise. So look, for the record, I am the same Barrett that came here with you. For sure. I think. Could you imagine if I just kept pulling other Barretts into existence? Forever? An entire universe full of me. Besides, it is a bit exhausting to sustain just one extra me. Anyway, it's a relief, you know. I have this ability, this power. And I'm still just me. Just regular Barrett. And I already feel like it's subsiding. I no longer feel like I'm in a huge crowd. I thought so too. Other me, other Barrett, seemed like he was able to handle himself well in that fight. Anyway, we'll see. If the other me gets in the way, I can just release him, or stop using the power entirely. For now, I just need to use this power a bit and digest what all has happened.
So other you is basically you in a parallel universe. You're pulling him here, and the universes are close enough together that you basically have the same skills. You have a very similar background, a very similar life, and he's useful.
I lost my Irvin. I know that. I wish beyond anything that he appeared in that temple instead of me. But it helps to know there's an Irvin out there somewhere living a life full of love with someone like me. I can move forward with that thought in my heart. That's pretty exhausting, really. So I might only do it when I feel like we could use backup. For now, anyway.
Copper. Where's the ship? There it is.
Hey, go out stuff fast and get out of here. I'm anxious to see the stars again.
Engines firing. Here goes. Orbital insertion completed.
Good job, gang. Ooh, Raphael's available. What's my total crew capacity? 4.
Nate Usampurser said, "My friends made a funny video that all the times I died in the game's replay.
What's my crew? Andreja, Jessamine, Griffin, yeah, I don't need her. The House K Dick chick is no longer on board. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I need to unassign him too. We're going to Coruscant. Pardon me. We're going to see our friend. Because Raphael is an engineer. And I saved him from certain death. I kind of like him. And Moara? I'm kind of tired of it.
You might want this.
Might want what? Where'd you go? Holy shit, he just vanished.
What's on your mind? Yeah, I do. How did you know?
Alien pie. Alright, so this guy gives me food. Nobody in Coruscant ever notices that I skip the scanners. There's Raphael.
It's good to see you again. I was wondering if you were going to stop by. Thanks again for getting me back to New Atlantis. The viewport still makes their drinks just the way I remember. I feel a lot better too. Steadier. More like myself. I'm still a little shaky, but I'm doing much better than the last time we met. And my engineering skills are no worse for wear. Have you
I like you
given any more
better
thought to
with the
taking me
thicker
on as
beard.
an engineer for your crew? Are you serious? You'll really give me a chance? I wasn't expecting that. Thank you. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, you're aboard the ship, dude. Although the Razor Leaf has more positions, the Millennium Falcon kicks ass on shields, weapons, and speed. I mean, the Millennium Falcon is the best ship I've had in game. I could not build the Razor Leaf to these specifications. Now, there is a starfighter I can buy or find. I haven't figured out yet. It's a Naboo starfighter. supposed to be a great bird to fly. Obviously, it's a one-person ship.
You have my word that you won't regret this. I'll do my best to live up to your expectations, Captain. Really.
Raphael, I am happy to have you aboard. I didn't save your life just so that you could waste it at a bar.
Hello.
Any vacancies on your crew?
Nope.
I'm looking for work. You
Both of you are 1-point crew members. I would need a huge cruise ship just to have reason to put you there. Let's go to Kuat.
Lifting off now. Retro's firing. Orbit stabilized.
Look alive!
They knocked out the crab drive.
All right, so
Grab jump successful, just like your voice.
I have crashed into more than one star station. Excuse me. Why are you still Oh, well, Sarah's on board the ship. That's fine. As long as my wife is with me, I'm okay with you with me for now, Barrett.
I'm Walter Stroud, and on behalf of Stroud Eklund, welcome.
Walter Starryard has single-handedly disrupted the market. He's got a vision, that's for sure.
To familiarize myself with the controls in this game, this is the first race that I played, and I loved it.
Everything's so new here.
Habershaw's in the showroom if you're ready to buy.
Wait,
heard from Nev yet. Maybe she has some marketing insights. Oh, this must be Walter's consultant friend. Please, come join us. We've been waiting for you. Hello. Hi there. You must be Walter's colleague. He informed me that you'd be taking charge of Project Kepler despite the fact that we have a fully dedicated R&D staff already assigned to it. But that's okay. I'm sure that even though you have virtually no experience with this, you'll do a great job. Oh, I just assumed. You know what? I'm really sorry. I should trust Walter knew what he was doing. My bad.
Even so, we have plenty of designers.
As you probably know, we're tasked with coming up with Stroud Eklund's next hit starship. But we have budget concerns, market research to finish, and we can't seem to agree on a design. So I guess Walter sent you to resolve these issues. Have at it. Sure. I'm Jules, R&D project lead. Was the one making all the big decisions. I suppose I just coordinate now. You already heard from Frank.
Well,
He's lead designer on the project.
you already know
Focused
that
on the
I
look
trust
and feel of
anyone
the ships.
named Jules.
There's Ella, another senior designer. She focuses on some of the more technical designs of ships. Went to school with Frank. Mike is our senior engineer responsible for consulting on
I
all
don't
the
trust
technical
anybody
bits,
named Frank.
the machinery, the computer systems, etc. And then there's Ned. She's here for marketing. It's her job to weigh in and sell this thing to consumers.
Marketing sucks. Okay, so now I know the team.
There are a lot of factors to consider. Who is our market and what do they want in a ship? Which components are we putting into it? How fast should it go? How much cargo capacity should it have? What color should it be? We need to decide every little detail.
Oh, cargo capacity is key.
Ah, right, so you mentioned. Let's move on to solving our budget issues then, shall we? We were charged with building the newest, hottest ship on the market, which won't be possible unless we petition the board for more money. So we have two new budget proposals. One will allow us to build what I consider to be a very sensible ship, but we'll have to make some tough design cuts. The other will allow us much more flexibility to put whatever we want into the ship. It's what I call the kitchen sink proposal. I don't love it, but it'll be next to impossible to approve. What should we go with?
Kitchen sink.
While it's true we'd be able to afford to put anything and everything into that design, it's just not practical, and the board will put more pressure on us to see that it succeeds. I worry that without constraints, my team will be disincentivized to focus this ship in any given direction. And they'll try to cram in everything but the kitchen sink, hence the name. Who knows what kind of monstrosity we'd create if we tried to incorporate all of our designs? And would something that expensive actually sell? It's more that we can only choose certain design elements at the expense of others. In other words, if we go with something in Mike's design, there's not enough money in the budget for what Ella wants.
Let's make
It's
her
one of the
feel like
reasons
we're
we haven't
listening
been able
to her.
Agree on anything. I was afraid you'd say that. Look, I'm the one who has to go to the board with this proposal, so before I can convince them this is going to be worth it, you're going to need to convince me. Well, I'm all ears because it's going to take a miracle to convince them.
Nate
so.
Usamperser said, I'm go to do some fireworks outside.
All right, Nate.
Well, there's always room for personal improvement, I suppose. Yeah? So you've done this before? Well, Walter did choose you for a reason. Okay, I think you made some good points. I'll go to the board with the kitchen sink proposal and get that approved.
Fight for your vision, Jewel. But be prepared to compromise. The universe might not be ready.
Great, that's one problem solved. I'll go forward with that budget proposal.
We're
and we can
moving
move on.
forward.
Next, we need to gather some market data. The best way to do this is to outfit your ship with some sensors and take it through some real-world scenarios so we can make more informed design decisions. Great! Just pick up a mission or two at the mission board and proceed like you normally would. We'll collect the data when you return. If you take on a variety of missions, we can build a ship to handle a variety of scenarios. But if you just fly one mission, we can build a more focused ship. It's up to you. In the meantime, you might also want to talk with the team, get to know them, give feedback on their proposals, etc. Good luck out there.
Yeah, I already know how to fly missions.
So, you're Walter's friend. I know he chose you to head this project as some sort of favor. Honestly, as senior technical designer, I was hoping to receive that honor, but there's always next time. Regardless, I'm excited to help you out. Do you have any experience building spaceships? This is wonderful to hear. I hope for all of our sakes that you are not overselling your ability. Now, I know you've been asked to give feedback on our design proposals. Would you care for a brief synopsis of mine? Of course. But first, let me ask you this. What pilot demographic is currently being underserved by the current starship market? Huh. No, but interesting. I've never considered that. I should add that idea to my backlog. My idea is a little less conventional. I believe we should invest in making a dedicated exploration ship, marketed towards citizen scientists. Sure, we and other manufacturers have lines of exploration ships, but none built with the average consumer in mind. It's my hope that we can jumpstart a new era of affordable, accessible space exploration, fueled by ordinary people like you and me. Thanks. Let me tell you, we would not regret going with my idea. This is a chance to do something that will truly
An
inspire
exploration
future
idea.
generations. Well, as a senior designer, I'm trusted to work on some pretty important features on these ships. Most of my work is on the technical features, designing them to be more user-friendly. Computer systems like navigation, targeting, you name it. It may not be as glamorous as what Frank does, but without me, these ships would be almost impossible for the average consumer to actually use. Why do I feel like answering this could be a trap coming from someone who was sent here by Walter to step in and take over our project? It's not like I have anything to hide. I used to think working for a super wealthy corporation would be terrible, but honestly, it's pretty great. They've been good to me, and the stability is way better than any startup. I've had opportunities I wouldn't have anywhere else, so yeah. Pretty great. Okay, yeah. Bye.
I'm wondering if we need another chef in the kitchen. Again, I hear Walter brought you in to finally make a decision around here.
Hold on, folks. Sorry for the interruption, folks. That was my daughter telling me about her 4th of July.
Well, how do I put this? My co-workers are smart people. But between you and me, they're in way over their head with this project. Jules especially. She's new at being a project lead and has insisted we design by committee, so everyone's voice is heard. Admirable. But no one could agree on anything, and we're running significantly behind because of it. Good. Just so long as you don't push us to make anything too nutty. I think your decisiveness will put us back on the right track. Speaking of which, I think my plan will get us where we need to be as quickly and efficiently as possible. It's simple, no frills, and most importantly, won't cause me any major headaches on the engineering side. It's truth, and we need it. The others believe we need to think big and innovate. Reality is, we just need to do what we do better than anyone else. So I'm thinking, there's loads of fighters. No sense in mucking about with that again. And we've already got one of the best luxury liners in the biz. What I figure is, the cargo running business is booming, and no one's quite built a personal craft like that to serve the working class folk. Nothing fancy, no frills. Just a simple, sturdy, inexpensive ship with cargo room up the wazoo and make it so easy my cousin's little moppet could fly it. Wait, really? I was expecting we'd have to argue a bit more than that. Well, that's a relief. I hope you're being sincere. Because if I can convince them to go with mine, it'd save us all a lot of trouble in the end. Yep, that's me, innit? Been here since the start of the company.
I am here
on 30 years total. But I keep telling
to suck all your dicks,
not lead engineer,
and get a ship
Got no
out
interest
the
in
fucking
being
dock.
Too much management. Not enough tactile work. And yet here I am. Resigned to my fate on the R&D team.
We got a business to run. No time for sentiment.
Nope. Not really. I like to think I don't have the ego for it. I've got nothing to prove, and I don't rightly care to make my mark on the industry. All I want to do is build the best damn starships I can, not get bogged down with all the excess particulars. But
that's a fair cop.
The management loves the work I do, and they wouldn't let me say no to this. I guess they needed someone to keep everyone's heads out of the clouds, so here I am. I assume you mean the company and not the people. Because even if I didn't already think so, I'd tell you that both Walter and Issa are great. The company's still kind of young as far as Star Yards go, but it seems to be going in the right direction, despite what it may look like. I've been doing this for a while at other Star Yards, and so far, we're avoiding a lot of the mistakes some of the older corps have made. Hope we didn't scare you off, huh?
Hi. Need something?
No, she's gonna be tough to.
Oh, no. Well, it's just... I'm a little new here, and everyone's got these big, flashy designs. And I'm supposed to come up with one too, but like, I don't know if it's as good or like, good at all, even. Can I tell you? Part of me was hoping you'd say that. So, I was thinking that we could really use a recreational craft in our fleet. But not like super luxurious like our Adonis pleasure yacht. Something marketed more towards families. Something Mom and Dad could pack up and take the kids on vacation. You probably think that's stupid, right?
No, no.
Oh, really? Wow, I am... Thank
Remember,
you.
I'm here to
I'm
suck
really
all your
glad I told
dicks.
you about it. Well, if we end up making it, I swear I'll work up a hell of an ad campaign for it.
Marty said. That
Interesting.
sounds like Petrovita in Nuka
I
World.
knew, and I've never done anything like this before coming here.
It could be.
Marketing for ships, specifically, that is. There are so many things to think of for different demographics,
Marty
like style,
said.
features, cost,
Sierra
and all that.
was it?
And you also need to think about offensive
I
and
think
defensive
I think that
capabilities,
was her name.
because
Yeah.
space is dangerous, and people need to feel like the ship they're buying is safe. Yeah, I've only been here for a few months. I did a little marketing for Chunks before this, but it was really more of an internship. Ships are like totally different than that.
Yeah,
I applied for the job here on a whim because I thought it'd be fun.
It's easily to market
Hired.
square potatoes.
So far I do. But just between you and me, I feel like I'm in a little over my head.
You are, but
I feel like I have no idea what I'm doing.
I'm just here to suck
My
your
bosses
dick.
really seem to like my work, so I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm doing something right. I still feel weird pitching ideas to people who have been at this for so much longer than I have. Catch you around.
You know, I have designed spacecraft for over 10 years. So, you must have really impressed Walter for him to give you this project. Or maybe it's a bit of nepotism. Never mind that. Perhaps he sees in you what he sees in me.
Odd Noble said. LOL.
As a designer, I see the beauty in our craft and deliver that to the consumer. My desire is to make flying in our ships a joy to all the senses. I have won awards.
Oh.
I'm proud of my work.
Oh, you designed at Ferrari.
Rather, my goal is to change the board's perception of employees like myself from mere cogs in the corporate machine
I
to
already
us as artists and let us do as we please.
I already know who you are.
Ah, yes. At least you may be more open to my ideas than my colleagues. Maybe this is a blessing in disguise. Imagine a luxury craft
you're the
designed
guy
for
who
most
decided
discerning
that
of tastes.
driving at a
Everything
45-degree
designed for
angle was
comfort
okay.
and peace of mind. High-end performance. Precision engineering. A spacecraft for those who wish to be seen. This will be the most elite personal craft on the market. I'm glad you agree. Such an ostentatious luxury craft will be the envy of everyone in the settled systems. Two words. Conspicuous consumption. Are you familiar with this concept? Of course. Rich celebrity like Borealis buys shiny ship to show off. Idiot consumer sees Borealis use our ship, and idiot consumer wants one too. I hope that's simple enough for you. Because I am the lead designer on the project, it is literally my job to design it. It is frustrating because I keep getting pushback. And Jules has this idea that we will make a better product by designing it all together. Since everyone has equal say, it led us to a standstill. It was much easier before. Just because I do not like how corporate we have become, doesn't mean I don't like getting paid. Besides, with every successful ship I design, I believe I can influence the company to shift away from typical corporate bullshit and back to taking risks by pursuing art and innovation.
Okay.
Then again,
that is actually a fair answer.
See you.
That data from your ship is going to be critical to our design process. I'm actually kind of amazed we finalized the budget. That was relatively painless. Oh, yes, I actually do have a proposal. I wasn't really expecting you to give me feedback, but why not, I guess. I'd like to see us branch out a bit more in the starfighter market. Bounty hunting and mercenary work are both big these days, especially among the hard-blooded free stars.
No, you don't want to do that.
Oh, well, never mind then. Maybe I'll have a better chance convincing the others when it comes time to make our final decision.
Are you shitting me? I failed part of the mission. I have to redo this part of the mission because I was supposed to support her ideas too. She's just supposed to fucking take my suggestions. That was frustrating, sorry. Having to redo that is probably more frustrating.
Walter's Star Yards single-handedly disrupted the market. He's got a vision, that's for sure.
Because
If I were Tile, I'd be
of how stupid it is to have to redo.
Capability. And Mike is saying there are technical reasons your design won't work. Oh, this must be Walter's consultant friend. Please, come join us. We've been waiting for you. Hi there. Hello. You must be Walter's colleague.
I am.
That's okay. Oh, I just assumed. You know what? I'm really sorry. I should trust Walter knew what he was doing. My bad.
Even so, we have plenty of designers.
As you probably know, we're tasked with coming up with Stroud Eklund's but we have... There are a lot of factors to consider. Which components are... What color should it...
I have to be careful about sucking their dicks.
Sure. You already heard from Frank. There's Ella. Mike is our senior. And then there's Nev. She's here for marketing. Okay, good. So, before we can do anything, we need to resolve the budget issue. We were charged with building the new... So we have two. The other will allow us... While it's true we'd be... I worry that without constraints, who knows what kind of...
Marty.
It's more that we can only...
Said.
In other words,
Take
if we
out
go with
your
something...
teeth. LOL.
That sounds good to me, but Frank's luxury design. We need his help.
I am right here, you know?
Later. And I seem to have lost your attention. Nice. This is going great. Just fantastic. Well, I'm still waiting for you to convince Frank to concede a little.
I didn't want to cut the budget.
I lost your attention. Nice.
I had no intention to cut the budget. I was asking about why we should cut the budget.
I'm Walter Stroud.
I can't believe Stroud.
Walter's Star Yard has single-handedly disrupted the market. He's got a vision, that's for sure.
Oh, this must be Walter's consultant friend.
You know,
Please, come join us. We've been waiting.
there are days when I think Bethesda's choices are not good enough.
Hello. You must be Walter's... He informed me that you'd be... But that's okay. Oh. I just assumed.
Even so, we have plenty...
As you probably know, we're... But we have but... There are a lot of... Which components? What color should it be? Sure. You already heard from... There's Ella. Mike is our senior engineer. And then there's Ned. Okay, good. So, before we can do anything, we were charged with building... So we have two. The other will allow... While it's true, I worry that without constraints, who knows what kind of... It's more that we can only choose so... In other words, I was afraid you'd say that. Look, well, I'm all ears because it's going to take a miracle to convince them. Well, there's always room for personal improvement, I suppose. I hadn't considered it that way. It gives us some wiggle room if we need to try some things, and if we come in way under budget, it'll look good. listening to you could prove to the higher-ups that I'm more capable than they think. Okay, I think you made some good points. I'll go to the board with the kitchen sink proposal and get that approved.
Fight for your vision, Jules. But be prepared to compromise. The universe might not be ready.
Great, that's one problem solved. I'll go forward with that budget proposal and we can move on. Next, we need to gather some market data. The best way to do this is to
I don't want to do that conversation again.
Some real-world scenarios so we can make more informed design decisions. Great! Just pick up a mission or two at the mission board and proceed like you normally would. We'll collect the data when you return. If you take on a variety of missions, we can build a ship to handle a variety of scenarios.
I think
But
I'm
if you just pick
required
one mission, we
to
can
do
build a more
at
focused
least
ship.
one
It's
mission.
up to you. In the meantime, you might also want to talk with the team. Get to know
By
them,
the way,
get feedback on their proposals,
no matter
etc.
what mission I
Good luck
take,
out there.
it's done. So I'm going to save right here.
Well, we're making progress now, I guess. It might surprise you to hear that no, I have not.
It doesn't
This is
surprise
actually
me
the
at
first
all.
project I've led for Stroud Eklund. I recently graduated with a master's degree in engineering management. I'm actually kind of surprised they hired me. But I was at the top of my class, so maybe they didn't want to lose me to some other star yard. Anyway,
Does
I'm
not
grateful for the
surprise
chance to
me
do
at
good
all.
here. Oh, yes, I actually do have a proposal. I wasn't really expecting you to give me feedback, but why not, I guess. I'd like to see us branch out a bit more in the starfighter market. Bounty hunting and mercenary work are both big these days, especially among the hard.
Had I anticipated that I need to give her positive feedback,
I'm glad you brought that up. No, and yes, there's a lot of work out there that requires a capable fighting ship. But the real success comes from UC military contracts, which we would hope to attract by building a higher-end version of this ship platform for them.
so you're hoping that a small group of people using your ship will lead to a contract with the Empire. I'm hearing what you're putting down.
We'd want to give it strong weapons, tough defenses, plus good speed and maneuverability. Most starfighters are fairly small, and the tricky part is keeping costs down with all those fancy modules. Wonderful. Thank you. I'm hoping when the time comes, I'll be able to convince the others that's what we should go with.
It won't be, but
It means I'm responsible for making sure our projects are carried through to completion. I'm not the one calling all the shots, per se, but I do need to ensure the people making those calls are empowered to do that within the limits the executive set for us. Lots of work to do, but we'll get through it, don't worry.
So, you're Walter's friend. I know he chose you to head this project as some sort of favor. Honestly, as senior technical designer, I was hoping to receive that honor, but, there's always next time. Regardless, I'm excited to help you out. Do you have any experience building spaceships? This is wonderful to hear. I hope for all of our sakes that you are not overselling your ability. Now, I know you've been asked to give feedback on our design proposals. Would you care for a brief synopsis of mine? Of course. But first, let me ask you this. What pilot demographic is currently being underserved by the current starship market? Yes! Finally, a kindred spirit operating on my own wavelength. You see, while many ships will operate to that end, few ships are designed with exploration as the primary goal. It is my belief that if we build
It's helpful that I
Strata will dominate that market sector.
needed
It's
to
my
reload.
hope that we can jumpstart a new era of affordable, accessible space exploration, fueled by ordinary people like you and me. Thanks. Let me tell you, we would not regret going with my idea. This is a chance to do something that will truly inspire future generations. Why do I feel like answering this could be a trap coming from someone who was sent here by Walter to step in and take over our project? It's not like I have anything to hide.
I hope my eating
Used to think
chips
working
did
for a
not
super
interfere
wealthy
too much
corporation
with
would be
the
terrible, but honestly, it's
streaming
pretty great.
experience.
They've been good to me.
If it
Stability is way
did,
better than any
tell
startup.
me,
I've had opportunities
and I will
to
use a
anywhere
different
else, so
mic
yeah.
in the future.
Pretty great. See you around, I guess.
I'm wondering if we need another chef in the kitchen. And again, I hear Walter brought you in to finally make a decision around here. Well, how do I put this? My co-workers are smart people. But between you and me, they're in way over their head with this project. Jules especially. She's new at being a project lead and has insisted we design by committee, so everyone's voice is heard. Admirable, but no one could agree on anything, and we're running significantly behind because of it. Good. Just so long as you don't push us to make anything too nutty. I think your decisiveness will put us back on the right track. Speaking of which, I think my plan will get us where we need to be as quickly and efficiently as possible. It's simple, no frills, and most importantly, won't cause me any major headaches on the engineering side. It's truth, and we need it. The others believe we need to think big and innovate. Reality is, we just need to do what we do better than anyone else. So I'm thinking, there's loads of fighters. No sense in mucking about with that kid. And we've already got one of the best luxury liners in the biz. What I figure is, the cargo running business is booming, and no one's quite built a personal craft like that to serve the working class folk. Nothing fancy, no frills. Just a simple, sturdy, inexpensive ship with cargo room up the wazoo and make it so easy my cousin's little moppet could fly it. Our objective should be to build a huge ship with plenty of cargo room while keeping the costs low. Doesn't need fancy equipment, just the basics. Basic weapons, basic defenses, basic scanners. You get the idea. If we go with a design like that, I can focus on quality construction, and the ship will practically sell itself. Wait, really? I was expecting we'd have to argue a bit more than that. Well, that's a relief. I hope you're being sincere. Because if I can convince them to go with mine, it'd save us all a lot of trouble in the end. Yep, that's me, innit? Been here since the start of the company. Done engineering for going on 30 years total.
That sounds like a good job.
It's senior, not lead engineer. I've got no interest in being lead. Too much management. Not enough tactile work. And here I am. Resigned to my fate on the R&D team.
Someone locally just started setting off fireworks.
Nate Usamperser said, "Okay, I'm back from doing fireworks and recording them."
Nice, Nate. Glad to have you back.
I assume you mean the company and not the people. Because even if I didn't already think so, I'd tell you that both Walter and Issa are great. The company's still kind of young as far as Star Yards go, but it seems to be going in the right direction, despite what it may look like. I've been doing this for a while at other Star Yards, and so far, we're avoiding a lot of the mistakes some of the older corps have made. Right. Take care.
Hi. Need something? Oh, no. Well, it's just... I'm a little new here, and everyone's got these big, flashy designs. And I'm supposed to come up with one too, but like, I don't know if it's as good or like, good at all, even. Can I tell you? Part of me was hoping you'd say that. So, I was thinking that we could really use a recreational craft in our fleet. But not like super luxurious like our Adonis pleasure yacht. Something marketed more towards families.
The fact that we have something
Mom and
called the
Dad could pack
Adonis
up and take the
Pleasure
kids
Yacht
on vacation.
bothers me.
You probably think that's stupid, right? Oh, really? Wow, I am... Thank you. I'm really glad I told you about it. Well, if we end up making it, I swear I'll work up a hell of an ad campaign for it. So far I do. But, just between you and me, I feel like I'm in a little over my head. I feel like I have no idea what I'm doing. But my bosses really seem to like my work, so... I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm doing something right. I still feel weird pitching ideas to people who have been at this for so much longer than I have.
Okay, I'll tell Walter to fire you.
Catch you around.
You know, I have designed spacecraft for over 10 years. So, you must have really impressed Walter for him to give you this project. Or maybe it's a bit of nepotism. Never mind that. Perhaps he sees in you what he sees in me.
I fly the Millennium Falcon, bitch.
As a designer, I see the beauty in our craft and deliver that to the consumer. My desire is to make flying in our ships a joy to all the senses. I have won awards. I am proud of my work. But I do not like to brag. Rather,
Yes, you
my goal
do.
is to change the board's perception of employees like myself from mere cogs in the corporate machine to value us as artists and let us do as we please. Ah, yes. At least you may be more open to my ideas than my colleagues. Maybe this is a blessing in disguise. Imagine a luxury craft designed for the most discerning of tastes. Every feature designed for comfort and peace of mind. High-end performance, precision engineering, a spacecraft for those who wish to be seen. This will be the most elite personal craft on the market. The ship should be mid-size, spacious but not bulky. We'll want to build it with the highest quality, most expensive modules available. It should feel safe, but not threatening. Focus on defensive measures, not aggressive weaponry. Above all, you should be able to picture your favorite celebrity, or Walter himself, flying this ship and influencing others to buy as well.
All right. I'm supposed to be positive. Is 2 positive? Because I think 2 is positive. But Bethesda might think that's negative. I'm going to go for 2.
I think I understand what you mean. It is not enough to say it's a high-end luxury ship. Who is flying this ship? Where do they go? What is their story? And why do they crave such attention? Oh, thank you. I will think on this and improve on my proposal. Later.
Not much going on.
They now want me to complete a mission. Here we go. Transport scientists to Dantooine. Transport 3 scientists to Alderaan Luxury Shipyards, Dantooine in Dantooine system. I have no idea. It's still telling me to go to the kiosk. Because it didn't auto switch to that one. I hope they auto-load to my ship.
Separation complete. So we must be in the right place.
Scan complete. Welcome to Alliance space.
Yep. Trying to get to the right side was brutal. Bounced off twice.
All right, let's cycle that airlock and get aboard.
I wonder if they have any petite fours around here. For Sarah's birthday, of course.
Completed the mission.
Marty said, "Go ahead, wreck the place. LOL."
Yeah, I bounced off it like 3 times, Marty. I don't think my granddaughter realizes that
We're free and clear for flight.
coming in while I'm streaming to ask me if the doggies need a walk.
Navigational feedback checks out. We're in the right place.
Just interrupts the stream and increases their anxiety.
Nice clean dock, Captain.
I heard they're making a new class of ship here.
We've got people poring over the data. We're all super glad you're here, right, everyone?
Jules, this is a healthy design. No frills, no bells. Best thing, It really works. Who cares what your ship looks like if you can't make it out of orbit, right?
Ah, so you just did the one passenger mission. Well, seems like you handled it pretty well. Anyway, the data you collected will help us focus our ship design and cater towards certain pilots. Now we just need to solve our interpersonal issues so we can agree on a design. Easy, right? You seem awfully confident for someone who doesn't know how long we've been dealing with this. I've tried everything I can think of besides some sort of hokey team building exercise. So, what do you think you can do differently? I can't believe I didn't think of that. It's fair. Everyone goes around the table and makes a cut. That way no one feels like they're the only one being asked to compromise. This should drive us towards a more focused design. And since Walter asked you to take the lead on this, I don't have to be the villain here. So you're sure about this? Great! Let's get ready to disappoint everyone equally.
Frank, please. Everybody, listen. Let's give this a chance, okay? Okay.
Well, here goes nothing. Okay, everyone. Our friend here, remember, not me, has decided in order to move forward, we're going to go around the table and everyone is going to give up one major aspect of your design. It's the fairest way to do this, and ultimately, I think it's going to make our collective design choices a lot easier. Who wants to start? Okay, fine. I'll go first. I'm willing to cut some of the included hard points. It'll mean less firepower, but the consumer can still add them afterwards, I suppose.
You're looking at me, huh? I guess that means you want me to go. Oh, look, I'll be easy. You know I wasn't looking for anything fancy, but if I've got to make cuts, we can reduce some of the cargo base.
I guess we can cut some of the extra sensors and data collection equipment. As long as this thing can still make it to deep space and back with no problem, I'll be happy.
I'd be willing to give up some of the passenger space, maybe. Yeah, that should be okay.
Frank?
Okay, fine, you win. I'll cut out some of the luxury designs and features. All that gold trim was going to be tacky anyway.
Well then, that wasn't so bad. I feel much more confident we can actually build this thing.
Gold trim on a spaceship.
This is going great. Just fantastic. Based on the decisions you made, it looks like we're going to end up with a very reasonable ship design. I have no worries about the feasibility of manufacturing and selling it.
Gold trim.
It's going to be a smaller, sleeker, mid-range ship. I think it'll be best suited for an average consumer. Not too expensive, the ability to add a few options here and there, moderately defensible. It'll be decent for several use cases, but won't really excel at anything in particular. I hope not, but it's possible. If the ship sells well enough, the board will have no problem
Marty
increasing the budget next time.
Said.
The data you
Overtired
gathered
this
for us will
evening.
last a while too.
Going to get
And
some
I think I picked up some
ZZZs.
useful techniques from
Get
them
some
to
rest,
help
my
us work
friend.
better.
Hope you and all in chat have a great holiday weekend.
Thank you very much.
Now that we've addressed all our issues, we can move forward, finalize the design, and get this into production pretty quickly. If you could do us a favor and let Walter know that we're back on track, I'm sure he'll be thrilled. Thanks for your help.
Alright, we have to go back to see Walter before I can get my ship. He's gonna give us one. Because, you know,
Pressure normalizing. Undocking complete.
that's the purpose of building a ship for Walter, is getting him to give you one.
Grav drive speed. Systems green.
We're entering Imperial space. Please maintain course and prepare to be scanned. Scan complete. You're cleared to land at the Imperial core. Glory to the Empire.
Go straight to the lodge. Hey, see those macro binoculars that the snow trooper's using there? He's got a laser range fire on the finder on the left, the lens in the center, and then what looks like just a battery compartment on the right. That would be a great piece of equipment for U.S. military. U.S. military, of course, did not incorporate that specific piece of equipment, but they did incorporate pieces of equipment that were very similar after Star Wars used them.
Home sweet home. Or bittersweet home, I suppose.
Star Wars possibly inspired them. We can't be certain because there's no indication of what was the source of information. Why did you come out of Walter's room?
Take a break. Let's chat.
What did Walter do to you, Sona?
I'm expecting big things from you with this ship project. Don't let me down. Good to hear. I figured as much. See, I just finished looking over the final design they sent over before you arrived. I've got to say I'm impressed with it. It's a bit safe, but also an elegant evolution of our past designs. I think it's going to be a great addition to our fleet. I'll be happy to make it my new personal ship. Additionally, I want you to have one of the first off the assembly line for all of your hard work. Feel free to pick it up at the Star Yard. Thanks again.
So now we have to go to their Star Yard to pick up our ship. If you can find your own ship in this mess, more power to you. I've never been able to fast travel from here. I think when they first introduced the fast travel mechanic, which was not in the original game, as introduced in the game, fast travel did not exist.
Can you believe this tree was here before the city?
Yes, I can. As a matter of fact, I studied that tree. I have an activity in my quest log to talk to the guy who's studying the tree as we speak. If you want me to finish that activity, go ahead and hit the like and come back next week, because I am trying to do everything but the main quest. It's not because I don't want to see what the main quest is. It's because I honestly believe that New Game Plus in the Star Wars version may not be any better than New Game Plus in the base game version. So I'm actively trying to get all of the side quests done before finishing the main quest. And I'm actively considering whether or not that means I should do the Imperial main quests. I did the Rebel main quests. I became an agent. I did all those quests. But Sarah and I passed on all the Imperial Cadet quests, which is the UC quests if you're a Starfield fan.
Hell of a view from here.
It's on the other side of the planet. Gotcha. Someone lost their hyperdrive just before we jumped.
Grav jump complete.
That was a much softer docking than the first few I tried here.
Docking complete. It's so satisfying seeing that.
Being I'm stuck with Barrett, still saying collect my ship is out there.
A pleasure to meet you. Welcome to the premier star yard in the settled systems. We may be new, but I think you'll see why everyone's talking about us. The other Star Yards have been in business so long that they're set in their ways. Take Deimos. They've been making spaceships since my grandfather's grandfather's days. So we looked at every facet of these elderly corporations for opportunities to revolutionize and innovate. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. Thank you. So, what sort of ship are you looking for? Let's get you a new ship.
What do they have in the dock? Nothing Star Wars. But this is weird.
Undocking complete, Captain.
There's my new ship.
Airlock integrity looks good.
That hurt. Okay, that's an airlock. So the middle deck is the crew deck. See, this could have made the Millennium Falcon model better. We have a cooking station that you can't cook at. Could have sworn it said galley. It does. You just have to get the right spot. Okay. Yeah, lean on it. That's what I want you to do, Garrett. Good God. This is why I hate NPCs. This is definitely a crew station. It's got a navigation console. This is captain's quarters. Because there we have the bed. This gives us 2 additional crew capacity. This could be a crew station. I'm not sure. Leads into the bridge. It's got the decorate. It's got the cargo hold, which already has cargo in it. Captain's locker. in the pilot's seat. You have commandeered a new ship. If you land on a planet or hyperspace jump to another ship system, the ship will become your home ship. Any quest, objects, or passengers in your previous home ship will be transferred to your new home ship. We have no weapons. We have shields, engines, and a grav drive with no weapons. I think it's funny the Millennium Falcon's still sitting there. By docking here, this is the same as landing, if I'm not mistaken. This is now your home ship. Which means I have to go see the...
Got a moment? Let's catch up.
What?
I've been thinking a lot about my early days in Constellation lately. Got me pretty nostalgic, and I started digging in some old things. Just sort of reminiscing. I found some of Irvin's last messages to me and thought I'd listen to them again to hear his voice. It was surreal, honestly. So, most of the messages were everyday things. Lots of excitedly written news about biodiversity and plant life. But one thing stood out. In one of his messages, he mentioned this job that he took at a mine shortly before he died. He said something terrible was happening there. But the message was garbled after that. True, but this was different. I recognized this pattern from the war. A portion of the message was encrypted. Well, Vasco helped me decipher it. Turns out the message was from Irvin, and he was begging me to help him. The message was short, but his voice was pained. He was so upset. Yes. Hearing his voice in so much pain was very difficult. Oh, I wish I had noticed this message when he sent it. So in this message, Irvin said he was being framed. He said they'll do it again. He asked if Constellation could send more help. It is, but I was thinking about it and, well, it's still wrong, right? So I figured, hey, I can do some sort of a remote investigation here, see what I can find out. There's gotta be a paper trail, right? Now, I happen to have a trustworthy contact who knows a bit about law and owes me a favor. I need to pay in advance in case there are any access fees or bribes.
And you happen to know somebody who has more money than God.
That works. Tell them to go ahead with the investigation. You know, hearing Irvin's voice again made me want to help him. Even though I know I can't. Does that make any sense? I appreciate that. It's going to be hard to get some sleep tonight after all this. But the fact that I'm doing something about it might be enough to help. Hopefully poking around in old records doesn't catch the attention of Hephaestus. Well, anyway, I'll let you know if my contact finds anything.
Where's your ship broker? Are you serious? What time is it?
I can't decide which model to get.
$10:55. Oh, I can tell when my memory's being occupied.
These ships are something else.
I'm bringing him right through to morning hours. He will have no excuse for not being at his desk.
Well, what do you expect? The family is loaded. And then you throw in Walter Stroud?
Still, to go from literally nothing to ships that give Tile a run for its money.
You have a good day.
Seen the specs on the Adonis?
I'd rather be in a ship that can defend itself. I don't
3D
wanna be a
printer.
target.
Maybe the Venture then.
Yeah, these ships are nice, but compared to a Trident,
Screw you.
Let me know if you have any problems.
Yeah, your ship broker's not here.
My business is switching to Stroud Eklund. It just makes sense.
Where's your damn ship broker? I need this dude.
I'm proud to be part of the Stroud Eklund team.
Stroud Eklund may be new, but it has a lot of...
ships
Nice to see you again. How can I help?
Well, what do you expect? The Eklund family...
Let me show you our stock.
Why are you around the corner? Kepler S. This should not be the ship that I got. I should have had a Kepler R. I convinced them to use the bigger budget, and I sucked the dick of every developer in the room.
Stroud.
Third I-47 said. Must have did some option different.
Yeah, I must have not passed something.
Still, to go from literally nothing.
Hope you have a
to
good
ships
stay.
that give Tayo a run for his money.
We've detached. Let's get out of here.
I don't want to locate them.
Third I-47 said. Also, in the main storyline, you'll need extra crew space eventually for Stroud and everyone.
Exactly, and that's why I need a bigger ship. That's why I made the Razor Leaf as big as I did. If you look at my ships, the Razor Leaf can have a crew. What did I just do? The Razor Leaf can have a crew of 6. That's enough room for multiple Constellation members plus whatever companion I have with me. But I cannot modify the crew capacity of the Millennium Falcon. She can have a crew of 4. And I don't think she can have any passengers. Frontier is completely unmodified. This is how she comes out of the factory. Razor Leaf is heavily modified, as you can see from the cargo capacity and the crew size, shields. Everything's been modified on this. And then TIE Advance can only have 1 passenger with me. And I haven't even entered this ship. And in my opinion, this is a great ship to edit if you want to build a Normandy. It's already practically a Normandy. Minor changes to this makes it a Normandy. So, yeah.
Third I-47 said, "It does have that shape to it, true."
Yeah, it's just minor changes to make this into a Normandy. And it wouldn't take a lot of in-game money to turn it into a Normandy. That's what I like about the Normandy design is that you could build it in this game. Although the weapons are completely not in this game. It does sound like the fireworks are starting, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to Coruscant. I'm going to dock on the eye. And see if Vlad will give me any more
Imperial space. Maintain current course while we scan for contraband. And complete. Enjoy your stay on Coruscant. Cause no trouble.
If he'll give me any more artifact or temple locations, great. If not, Vlad's effectively useless to me. But he's already done the Barrett mission. In theory, that should be, there's no more temples or artifacts from Vlad. He's not here. We can go down to the lodge and verify he could be there.
That ship will carry the memory of your visit forever.
Third I-47 said, "He might be behind the computers in the middle room." Third I-47
He wasn't in the
said,
middle room.
"I found him there before hidden."
If he's behind the computers, he's moving, and I would have seen him there. He could have been down at the lodge. And there's times when he goes down to the lodge and you miss him in transit, and somebody at the lodge will tell you, hey, Vlad was just here. That's the only way you'll know if he was actually at the lodge when you were on the eye.
I don't believe in luck per se, but I do realize how fortunate I am to be a part of all of this.
Ever since I got here, this has felt like home. These people are family. I hope it feels that way for you too.
This is all exciting, but there's really a lot of pressure on us, isn't there?
What did you want to talk about?
Nothing. I was hoping that Vlad was here. But he's not, so I'm going to go ahead and save this right now and thank everybody for coming out for the up to 7 hours that I've been out here playing Star Wars Genesis today. The fireworks have started here, so the dogs are going to want my attention, and I intend to give it to them. I hope everybody had a good time. I will be back tomorrow night with Draco Invictus, Alhoon Gaming, and Fainter for Phasmophobia. Until then, take care, everybody. Check in on friends and family.
47.
Make sure everybody's doing
Good
okay.
night. Happy 4th.
I'm Rob. Thanks for gaming with RP.
Odd Noble said, "Good times, brethren, partying face."